are only so many options to be able to melt the ice. Move to a warmer climate.
Well,
I'm looking this up right now. Salt capital of the universe. Let's see where this is. No, does not say Cleveland, Ohio, Aaron.
What is it?
I mean, there are a bunch of salty people in Cleveland, but that's different.
Does not say. I can't find it because I don't think it exists.
Well, I'm dubbing it Cleveland. We put more salt on roads than anywhere else, and it's effective. It may make a bit of a mess, but the job is get the roads clear. You got to do that
sound
first
like an
and
Alabama
foremost.
fan, acting like, puffing your chest out here, being like, we take care of our roads better than anybody else in winter. Our roads are not icy. There's many other places.
I just can't believe that there's not a better solution than this. Like, there has to be something. There has to be something we can come up with.
I don't know.
Everything's so messy. I hate it.
Well,
are you guys winter or summer people?
Summer. And I grew up in the Midwest. Like, it's been too cold here. So, but I do get it. I get what you're saying. My boots right now are salt stained and you can't get that off. Like, that's just the nature of winter.
But that's what boots are for. Pat, I'm with you. I'm a total winter person. I would rather be 10 degrees than 100 degrees all day.
Well, I hope
long.
that you guys go sit at a college football playoff game at one of these campuses where it was sub-zero temperatures and freeze the way that I did on Friday. All right, straight ahead. The Commanders beat the Eagles, a team that lost Jalen Hurts. Is there cause for concern for a team that is seeing the number 1 seed slip out of reach? It's on Sportsmanlike, ESPN Radio, and ESPNU.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons today and tomorrow. And then he comes back from the Hamptons. Jackson goes to the Hamptons on Thursday and Friday, Martin. And you get the place to yourself next week.
Kind of hard to get a direct flight to the Hamptons.
Jackson flies in a Teterboro.
You gotta drive, turn around, come back. Yeah, looking forward to next week. Well, I'm looking forward to this week as well, but next week is...
You caught yourself looking forward to, and you thought, no, I'm looking forward to my vacation.
If management's listening, of course, can't wait to bring some heat on this holiday week, and then next week shut her down.
That's right.
So the Hamptons is now Jackson's parents' place.
That's correct.
Up there in Nassau County?
Yeah, Southampton.
Southampton.
It's nice. It's not like the nicest spot, but it's pretty solid.
Carport?
I mean,
Carport. Quite a lot of carports on the Hamptons.
Yeah. Could you imagine this massive estate? And it's like, well, it's nice, but we only have a carport.
Hey, then Bill O'Reilly's got a carport out here. Right over there.
You're welcome to call into the program. I mean, I don't know how many people are actually working today. I don't know.
This week?
I'm happy to be doing it. As crazy as it might sound. We're doing the show tomorrow on Christmas Eve for all four of us, right, Chairman? Are you in? All four of us.
Spreading good cheer.
We are spreading good cheer. The station is off on Christmas, and then Jackson and I are off on the 26th and 27th. Chairman Kurt, you're going to be running the board. Is that right?
School was in session this morning. I saw some stuff last
some
week.
of school. How do you feel about this?
Cautiously optimistic.
Martin, how's that make you feel as the person who will be running point on Thursday?
Not good.
No, in all honesty, I think I make it more difficult in my head than it will be. I romanticize things. I make things worse than they...
Well, that isn't romanticizing.
In other walks
That's like
of life.
when you call Craig Rutledge insatiable and you mean incomparable.
You want to make love to the board? Is that what's going on?
If it gets me through those two shows, I will definitely do that. But I think it's going to be fine.
I'm going to start up KG's drop auditor. I'm going to just...
KG's drop auditor, Jackson's drop auditor, oftentimes active in the YouTube chat. Today, Jake Reynolds is in there, and he shares this. Morning, boys. Congrats to you ILL fans out there. Have a wonderful week of time off, and more importantly, time with the family. Take care of yourselves so you can take care of others. I love you all. How about that, Martin?
That's the good tidings I was looking for. I think it's important that we're here. Not everybody is upbeat this time of year. It can be a little sad for some, so we're here to provide a little light in your life this week.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and Doug will be with me Thursday, Friday. Jeff Abelin's coming by Friday. He always brings good cheer.
He does.
I say this with all... It's a total compliment. It's out of all respect. I said it about Rich Gould. I think it about Jeff Ablin. I think they both would have been great game show hosts.
That's a nice play.
Just their personality.
I have to tell you, that's a wonderful play.
And sort of their approach to like broadcasting. It fits. Like Ablin would have been a great game show host. Same with Rich Gould.
You're a gentleman who enjoys a dry rub once in a while?
How about that? Yeah. Easy on the sauce. I'll take some dry rub.
They're both going to have the same Richard Dawson vibe.
He kind of looks like Ablin, kind of looks like Ryan Seacrest in a way. You know, he kind of has the haircut, the kind of clean cut. Well, he's always dressed to the nines.
He is a sharp dressed man.
He would have been the Seacrest. Rich would have been more of the Richard Dawson, like, who wants to come kiss me?
Is that the one? Is he Family Feud?
Would kiss everybody.
And he would kiss everyone on the mouth.
It stood out to me watching like Game Show Network stuff in the 1990s of what was going on in the 70s and 80s, and I go, boy, this guy.
I've seen some of that video.
I recognize this growing up on the South Side, where you can tell a gentleman had enjoyed himself a matinee cocktail. So you could pick that up, much less the aggressive greetings to all of the women.
Yeah.
And that was in the 1990s. Again, I'm watching from the 1970s. If you were to see it in 2024, you go, what in the hell was going on? I don't even know if they replay it anymore for fear of litigation.
No, I see it, and it seems like an SNL sketch of like 80s game shows. Like you'd have to imagine his breath just smelled like cigarettes
and single malts.
Unless I missed it, I don't remember people complaining about it.
No, because it was standard operating procedure.
Yeah,
but when you saw it 20 years later, you go, wow, this is really something else. And if you were to see it now, you'd go, what the hell is going on? I'm sure there's YouTube
Like a montage
A
of him just
montage,
making
exactly
out with
right. Him
moms.
just making out,
So-
stumbling around the stage,
Yeah.
making out with moms. That's the title of the 7 o'clock hour segment.
Yeah, just casual mouth kissing probably needs a revival.
Is there a survivors group for people that were on Family Feud?
In the late 70s, early 80s. And I was saying to you, Martin, before the program, I said I was thinking about texting that Chuckles Marlo, since he's got to be in celebratory mode, to come on the program today, since his Buckeyes vanquished the Volunteers. Joey Vitale from the big cocktail party on Saturday night. I just got to do nothing but pay, would you say homage or homage?
I'm an homage guy.
You're homage, is that right?
Yeah.
Pay homage to Joey's hosting.
Oh, here we go.
And the caliber of the cocktail party. And I think maybe we relive it for at least 2 hours of today's program, because my understanding is Mike Caruso was sending texts unhappy that he wasn't invited, and therefore I feel like I need
Well, get in line.
I need to capitalize on that. So on today's program, Jackson has it listed on the dossier, Martin, as Big Show today.
I'd say.
What's on the big show today?
Well, breaking
I
down.
see a lot of recap for the big show.
It is. It's, well, after on a Monday, after such a
Epic.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, what do
here?
you got?
Potent sports weekend.
Potent. I don't think I mind that.
Stocked. It was kind of stocked. He had a lot to do, a lot going on over the weekend. There's a lot to talk about. Plenty of takes are flying out there. We can kind of try to contextualize some of the takes and give our own perspective on it. So there's a lot, including, and also, you know, on the heels of major day yesterday for the University of Missouri, we have Gabe DeArmond on at 9 o'clock. Not only with the bragging rights game, but talking about Bo Prabula.
Well, you know, you talk about Bo Prabula and the job. I'd really be curious, and I ask this with the greatest amount of sincerity, and I'll go around the dais and I'll ask the people to text into the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, and call in to Chairman Kurt. I'll put you on the air. In particular, this week when I know many people are off and you might just be sitting around like Richard Dawson and having a matinee scotch. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. What do you think? And Martin, did you anchor last night?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
I was on the Fox 2 dais last night.
So you probably, I would imagine, bragging rights was the lead?
Bragging rights was the lead, yeah.
But I'd be curious this morning what people, not necessarily what you are, what maybe you can answer a two-part question, what you're most interested in talking about, and then what you think in the St. Louis metropolitan area people are most interested in talking about. I truly, I'm curious. Martin, I'll start with you. You're the most tenured member of said dais.
So the most talkable topic for anybody listening, anybody talking sports today.
Well, so what are you most interested in, and what do you think the audience? Because there is a lot this weekend, but it depends on what you're. Like if I were anchoring a sportscast last night, no question, it's bragging rights. But doing what we do today, I don't know. I'm not saying that it's not. I was thinking through this last night.
I think what's gotten the most chatter out there is still the college football playoff, just because you had the opening weekend, first time we had home playoff games. For me, bragging rights, you've got Mizzou fans out there, but I think it kind of comes and goes. The one thing about it, I felt like Mizzou might be a tournament team, and I didn't think that for sure, even though they beat Kansas. So I kind of felt like Mizzou basketball, even in losing, made a statement. But I think college football playoff is still probably the number one topic. Now, do you include Bo Prabula?
Bo Prabula.
How do I have to say it?
Yeah, so Jackson,
is that part of that college football conversation? I guess
it is. But so when Jackson says big weekend for Mizzou, I bet most people are probably thinking, oh, they lost to Illinois. Because most people aren't monitoring Missouri football recruiting like we are.
Sure.
You know.
Sure.
So for and that's why I reason through this stuff, having done it both television and radio, where you think about I love, Missouri football, but I recognize that the vast majority of people in the audience aren't monitoring who Missouri's quarterback is. And then I say the name Bo Prabula, and I would imagine better than 70% of the people have no idea who he is. Hardcore Missouri fans jumping up and down about it. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So there's all these. Yeah, you could present the lead, and I can present a counterpoint if I wanted to.
Yeah,
I told producer Roman last night, we're going to need some video of Bo Prabula. He said, "Who's that?" And I said, Penn State. He goes, "Is there video out there?" And I said, "Well, he ran the ball a little bit, so we found some footage." So at 9 and 10, We did have video, both shows. I felt it was worth doing.
Against Wisconsin, I would gather, because that's when Drew Aller got
honestly,
hurt.
I don't know what the footage was.
That was when and to his credit, he was the Penn State backup, and Aller got hurt, and he came in and helped them stave off the Badgers. I think that's the proper use of stave. Chairman Kurt, what would you go with? Your individual lead, and then if you're in Martin and Jackson in my spot, what are you going with?
Probably college football playoff for both.
For both, okay. Yeah. Jackson, what's yours?
Personally, bragging rights, but I think the larger scale topic is the CFP.
Okay, fair enough. All right, we've gone around the dais, and I would tend to agree with you.
Is Prabula your lead because you're most interested in that? No,
not at all.
You think college football? I think the whole discussion about the weekend.
Yeah,
and what's next?
I do. I think that's probably it. But I also recognize. For me, I have, I guess, for lack of a better term, an anti-bias on college basketball. I think my interest level in college basketball is lower than the average person's interest in college basketball. And I'd include the bragging rights in that, even though me and my wife and my 2 sons watched that game intently yesterday afternoon. It just doesn't do it for me like I think it does for more people, perhaps, in the audience, and especially... Jackson. Jackson, were you upset?
Distraught.
Did you step outside and scream?
No.
Because you screamed when they beat Kansas.
I did.
But you didn't scream this time.
Not in joy. When Dennis got teed up, I also would have been teed up.
You would have gone out on the floor and yelled at your assistant coach to get away?
Well, at the time, I was up screaming at my television about the distance I am from Martin right now, pointing at the television.
Was your significant other with you for this?
She was.
Oh, so she got to see this.
Yeah.
Game watching Jackson was revealed to her?
She teed me up.
Wow.
She gave me a tee. I needed, had to take a seat.
Did she say sit down?
No.
Sit down.
No. What was her reaction?
Did she restrain you?
Because you had to see it.
Oh, yeah.
That's got to be like an alarming thing for a significant other to see. You guys have been together a year now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I told her beforehand. I was like,
so this was the first time you guys watched a game that kind of mattered to you?
We went to the bragging rights game last year, but that was kind of over before it started.
Right.
So it wasn't as bad. And she's been around. She watched the Mizzou Vanderbilt football game with me this year. So she's seen some flashes of it, but this was the most intense it had been.
And I imagine she was really aroused.
Not the word I would use there.
Okay.
Concerned.
Oh, like a legit concern?
Nah, just she knew it was coming. She knew at one point this outburst was coming. I told her, I was like, I don't really get upset about anything. I save it all for Mizzou football and basketball. That's the only time I get really upset.
So if somebody
maybe
cuts
rec
you
league
off
basketball.
In your car, you get cut off, or somebody's rude to you, you store it, and then you save it for when you're watching Mizzou
bottle
football.
it up. But I think most
you release on the officials during a Missouri game.
I think most therapists would tell you it's best to bottle up all of that, then let it all fly out at once. Yeah, instead of embracing or taking care of those emotions in the moment, just save those for later. It's always good.
You're getting support in the YouTube chat from coaches John and Dean Ellis. You had every reason to be mad at that play. Dude just got mugged. Good for Gates.
Yeah, I don't blame the referees entirely for that. I don't for that game. That's Mizzou had. You can only control what you can control, and Mizzou did not do the best at controlling what they can control.
Well, and Mizzou gets to the line. Tom Hart, friend of the show, doing the game.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
Said Mizzou is #1 in the country in free throw attempts.
Yes, they get to the line better than anybody.
So they get to the line, and they did it 37 free throws. So there were plenty of fouls called. I thought it was a great technical because he went halfway out into the court, and then he got his assistant coach, see why he's pushing him. He's pointing at him.
Yeah.
You go sit down. Yeah. I love it. It was great theater, and I think he was more upset about some of the calls right before that. Guys are driving and getting bodied, going up, and no calls at all. So I think by the time the last one happened, the no call, I think he'd stored it up much like Jackson and just let it out. That was a great technical. And I really enjoyed the game, which we haven't said in a while about the bragging rights.
I was impressed by both teams' performance. I mean, Illinois making every single free throw until their last one.
Impressive.
Holy crap.
And barely even hitting the rim when they did it. Just nothing but net.
Tip your cap on that. Missouri was down 10 with 6.5 minutes left, and I'm like, nah, okay. Doesn't surprise me. If they would have been up 10, wouldn't have surprised me. Right. What did surprise me was that then they went off 11-0 to take the lead. And from that standpoint, I guess now I look at the bragging rights game differently than when I was a kid, when both teams used to be in the top 25 pretty regularly throughout that time period. And I'm like, okay, it shows to me that both are actually legitimate. Because as you were saying, Martin, they beat Kansas, which is incredible. but was that just a one-off and, everything went right, and Kansas, everything went wrong from a turnover standpoint in the first half of that game? Well, you put it back-to-back with the team that was a matter of seconds away from beating Tennessee the previous week. To me, from a big picture standpoint, I thought from a Missouri viewpoint, that was encouraging. And if you're an Illinois fan, I would imagine you're pretty encouraged by what you saw in back-to-back weekends when you pair it with Tennessee and the Missouri game.
Yeah, if you're an Illinois fan, you should be fired up right now. The KJ, they're freshman.
Kasparas Yakachonis.
He's a pro. Did
he play professionally overseas?
Yeah,
is what I heard. Okay.
Yeah, and he's going to go play.
He's a freshman, Tim,
in the NBA, and he's about as good as it gets. Yeah. So if you're an Illinois fan, fired up about that. Boswell is an outstanding leader. If you're an Illinois fan.
So the game ends. Cruz gets the shot off. I actually thought that was going in.
Me too.
I really did.
Yeah, me too.
Usually within like the first, half a second of the ball going up, I feel like I got to read whether or not it's got any chance. And I'm like, oh, crap, this is going in. Here we go. Clings off. Fine. God bless. I move on, but I've got two young tykes running around. How do you handle that moment? And now you've got your girlfriend watching too.
So they missed the free throw, get the rebound. Pierce fires it up. Cruz gets it, splits the double. He's got an open look. Goes
you want
up.
to give a coach speak here, Tim. He really wanted to give
goes up.
I have resume reel moment.
I'm up on my feet, and it goes up, clang, down I go on the ground. Borderline fetal position.
And at this moment, your significant comes over and says, let's go. It's time to get outside.
It was... she let me grieve for a minute.
Did you really get on the ground in the fetal position?
Borderline, yeah.
Wow. I have to say, though, I envy that Jackson can care that much. Now, I'm like that with Missouri football. Mm-hmm. But as far as sports go in general, maybe the United States in the World Cup, actually. Sure. Other than that, at this point in my life, do you have this? You can't have this. I don't know if you have that. Maybe you've never had it. But like Marquette basketball, maybe?
Marquette basketball, but never quite fetal position.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I wasn't like sucking my thumb, but I was down. I was down on the ground like. Just like
what if just a regular season college basketball game can't do that for me? But I'm not saying it. I can't believe it does it for you. I'm envious that it can, because when I started at Channel 4, Martin, Doug and Savard were like, this guy's upset about the Cardinals losing a Sunday game in Houston in April. This is a little weird. And that's just not where I am right now. But Jackson, you are there with Missouri basketball.
Yeah, I think because of the nature of college basketball and the playoffs, the March Madness, which is a ridiculous way to pick a champion. However, it's awesome and I love it. But you have to kind of make like your own mini championships throughout the season to get into it. Kansas is absolutely one of them, and Illinois is one of the biggest ones. And so it's kind of like, even though it's just one regular season game, it means a little bit more to me.
What I care the most about, and honestly, is my 8th grade basketball team.
How's that club?
Not real good. And associate head coach Kilcoyne was in charge yesterday because the main coach, Mark, was out. So I was running
This was it.
I had to run the squad. I have my little grease board, except we're down 2 players. So now the squad of 8 only had 6.
Yeah.
Our opponent last year just absolutely dusted us. So now in the pregame warm-up, they've got 12 kids. I've got 6. Okay, so we're a little lean on the bench. We're not the best conditioned team. I know we're going to be struggling. And then arguably our best player gets 4 fouls in the first half. Okay. And you would say,
oh my God,
coaching malfeasance to let him get that 4th.
You might have to sit him after the 3rd.
My other big man got a 3rd when I was sitting the one kid with 3. And I said, please stop reaching in. We can't afford this. Sits with the 4, of course. 18 minutes to go, second half, he gets his 5th foul. So now I got 5 guys. But I got to say, kids played hard. We lost 31-21, and we have not played that well in a long time. I told my wife when I left, I said, we're going to lose 50-10 today. We're going to lose, and it's going to be on my resume. It's going to be on my sheet. But the kids played well. And I said last night, I was very pleased. They played hard. They made some threes. And that came to me, I was more nervous all day. I wanted Mizzou and Illinois to have a great game. And, of course, I root for both sides.
May I ask what, of course, I know you do. May I ask what
St. Clement, 8th grade basketball. Now,
what building were you in? You didn't have to travel to St. Gabriel.
We were at home. We were at home.
That's a tough place to play.
It's a tough place. Officiating, a little sketchy, but I always...
the home court?
They let them play, which is great. I don't mind that. But then they'll call kind of the ticky-tack. And I just hate that. I kind of want to... No, I'm not calling out the officiating. God bless.
Jackson does that when he's a rec league.
I have had officials the last couple of years say to me, "Hey, Martin, thanks for not screaming like, some of the other guys on TV." I'm like, oh, he's not mentioning any names, but he said it rhymes with Frank. So I love coaching the kids. And I think in 5th grade, we called timeout, and we told them exactly what to do. And then they go out and do the exact opposite. And I turned to the coach, and I said, "What in the absolute bleep is going on with so-and-so?" He goes, "Well, he's 11." I said, well, okay, maybe that explains
Pretty
it.
concise.
Yeah.
It's pretty concise.
But that's the one thing I get so worked up about. I just want him to play well.
I understand. I get that.
If you get involved in any way at all, you get more into it.
I will never. I said this before I even had children. Because of the weird crap I say on shows and podcasting, I'm like, I don't want to get in a spot for my kids where it's like, oh, that's the pervert guy. We can't have him around our kids. So I knew this a decade ago, and I'm just like, I will stay in the background and all this kind of exactly what I'm doing right now. I will stand like this, and I shall observe, and I will, and I also say, if my son's acting like an ass, which is live to happen, you can run him all you want. I couldn't care any less. You are in charge. I stay out of the whole damn thing. Do what you need to do. I don't give a damn. I appreciate the fact that you're sacrificing your time to herd cats. So do what you need to do, brother or sister, whatever the case might be.
Sure.
And our parents are great. Nobody complains. They know the kids are out there just having fun. They're with their buddies. The first year we had 15 kids. So you got to try and play everybody. And the CYC mantra is you play everybody. We're finally
Not
winning.
St. Gabriel.
We're finally winning a game, and it's late in the game. And Carson, my son, hadn't been in a while, and we had 3 coaches there. And the assistant said, "Oh, it's time for Carson to go in." I said, "No, we're about to win. We're about to win." And they, "No, it's his turn." I said, "Oh, he's fine. He doesn't care. He just wants to win." I said, "You keep him on the bench. We are taking the dub."
Like Steve Martin in Parenthood with his son.
Well, I mean, we've got an A team that rolls some other teams. We're not quite the A team, so we're just kind of doing our thing. But I love it. That and Marquette basketball, they don't get me in the fetal position. I don't suck my thumb. But
now playoffs wise, because I saw Don Pepe in the YouTube chat said 2019 Blues playoff run. Absolutely. And hell, I'm in my 40s at that point. When Freeze hit the home run, when Freeze hit the triple, I was at my place. And I remember I could see the sweat on my palms imprinted on the floor, on the ground 2 different times. Like, I mean, it's just the greatest. That can happen. But I'm saying from a regular season standpoint, it can happen with me with Missouri football, but that's because of the importance of regular season college football relative to regular season. Take your pick of damning. Like a Blues regular season game isn't going to get me on the floor. A Cardinals regular season game, assuming I can find it on television, isn't going to get me on the floor. Hey, we have our Christmas week program here. Me and Martin in today. Doug and Martin in on Thursday and Friday, and then Martin is vacationing, so it'll be me and Doug next week on the program. And if you are looking for a holiday gift and one that you can take care of at this point, 24 hours out from Christmas Eve, and you can have it in your email inbox at 7:23 as we're talking. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. You can have it in your inbox by 7:25. You go to mysoundstory.com, enter the promo code TMA, and you get a holiday gift card for Sound Story, a company that I started 5 years ago, and now a number of people throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area and broadcasting are involved in, and that is a long-form interview with your mother, your father, your grandmother, your grandfather, both of them. It doesn't matter, and you have their life story saved forever. And this year we are offering video. It is a 3-camera shoot, so you make sure that the images are saved forever as well. You can choose video option, or you can have audio simply by itself. Enter the promo code TMA to get 10% off a gift card at mysoundstory.com, and then your loved one can pick and choose whenever they want to come in and do the interview, or you can do it over Zoom. It's mysoundstory.com, promo code TMA, get a gift card, and you have given a gift that your family will love and you will have forever. Your mother's story, your father's story, and it is something that I love doing, and I've done a few hundred of these interviews at this point. Doug's done a few hundred of these interviews at this point. Chairman Kurt over there is our general manager for the business. It's mysoundstory.com, promo code TMA. You can send your emails in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today online at designairservice.com. Martin, you're a client of that great Seth Goldcamp's business.
They've been around since 1904, and again, it's a weird time of year because the weather warms up, then it cools down, then it gets cold. The furnace is going to be in play. You know that for the next several months. Even when it warms up for a day or two, it's back to being cold. Make sure you have a team ready to help you out when the furnace acts up, and that's what Design Air is all about. Getting that furnace repaired, not looking to sell you something unless you need a new HVAC unit. If you do, you're going to want to buy it from Design Air. But the bottom line, when the techs come out, they are there to do the repair, not adding to your stress by trying to upsell you. They train their employees not to do that. It's why it's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They're doing it the right way. Seth Goldcamp and his family. Also, longest-running TMA supporter. It does not say in the copy proud supporters of TMA. It just says longest running, which is factual. I'm sure they're proud of their support, and they've gotten a lot of great response from you, the listeners. So when you need your furnace repaired, AC in the summertime, you need an HVAC company you can count on. That's Design Air. Go to the website, designairservice.com. Schedule your appointments online. They'll take great care of you. Again, since 1904, that's how long they've been around. It's designairservice.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, long time sponsor here on TMA. Seth Goldcamp. I'm a client as well. Can't say enough good things about Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:45. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. He's ready to take your calls. You can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Billy Gilman. What's Billy Gilman doing this holiday season, Jackson?
Well, that's a good question. Do you think he's still getting royalties off this song? I have to think.
So. I texted Charles Marlo during the commercial break, Martin. I think it'd be good to have him on since you know he's a Buckeye guy. He's got to be in a good place after Saturday night. How do we do on the picks, Jackson?
Let's fire those up right here.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura.
Chuck might be like Jackson with that feet. Like his passion for Ohio State.
Football?
Oh, yeah.
I get it.
Bradley, baseball, close second.
Tim,
I think I went 3-3.
Yes. Yep. Doug also has 3-3, and then I went under that. Let me get those exact numbers.
That's interesting. That to me,
0-6?
That to me was cryptic.
No, because I picked. We all were on Notre Dame, so we were all right there. And then you and Doug were both on the under of that game, which also
felt very good about that. It struck me as almost too obvious.
Yeah, that's where I was. I was like, this seems like I'm PD Public right now, but yeah. You were on there. We were all on SMU, Oh, we got a hit there.
Yeah, I would do that again. I know that sounds a little crazy, but it goes. But this was like Tony La Russa. Did you watch the game? Because it's not like Penn State did much offensively. It was Kevin Jennings throwing balls to Penn State defenders for pick sixes.
If they would have scored that touchdown on that fourth down when he could have ran for it at the beginning and they scored instead, like he completes that pass, I think that game's completely different.
Sure, absolutely.
I think that game's completely different.
Talk about that with the Missouri-Texas A&M pass interference call. The season may have been different. Yes, those that does impact. And at that same case, there was another game. Indiana was driving after they picked off
after the pick
Riley Leonard.
Yep.
And if they would have just gotten points on the board, that stuff matters. It sets a tone. Absolutely. Did you get your record?
It was at under 3-3. Couple of choices.
That's right.
You were either 0
three
for
different
6,
choices.
1 for 5, 1 and 5, or 2 and 4.
Tim went 4 and 2.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. Wow. Doug went 5 and 1.
Jackson in math is a real challenge.
Well, I'm doing it in my head.
I know. I love you, and your vernacular is outstanding. Your math skills, as we noted, you were always been a year behind.
2 and 4 for me, and I also said Tennessee would win the national championship. So
that's all right.
Eggs on my face.
That's all right. That was that Ohio State one was the wide delta. I think I took Ohio State.
Yes.
But I'm not going to mock anybody for taking Tennessee. And my reasoning, I wasn't necessarily like, man, I think Tennessee's great. I think with Tennessee, it's like, is Ohio State mentally dead, or is Ohio State going to rise from the ashes of the Michigan game, utilize what might be the most talented roster in the country? Also, again, this is getting into the weeds on college football, but that's where I live on this sport in particular. Their offensive line and the injuries, which played a role, I think, in the Michigan loss, and be healthy enough and motivated enough after that debacle against Michigan to come out there and do what they can do, which is absolutely win a national championship. On the other hand, if they're checked out and Tennessee has a bunch of people in that building and they're distraught, then Tennessee can absolutely win that game. So that's a different spot. The only other game I really felt like somebody could win it was Clemson going in. I mean, sure, SMU could have theoretically won, and Indiana could have theoretically won, but it would have really, really surprised me. Tennessee winning wouldn't have surprised me.
Right.
So I don't mock Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee win the national championship even. I mean, hey, why not?
Right.
Is home field bigger in college football than almost any other sport?
I think college basketball. I think it has the most impact of the 6 major sports. Yeah. And by that, I'm talking NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, NFL, college football, and college basketball.
Yeah, baseball. If your team has to win a Game 7 on the road in the playoffs in baseball, sure.
Yeah.
Hockey, we saw with the Blue. Like, I don't feel like, oh my God.
Some people in hockey, I mean, we talked about it in the 2019 run. Like, when you go on the road, you're kind of playing with free money. You kind of like, that's
how the Blues felt going back to Boston.
Right.
I know that, which surprised me. But Maroon came on and said, we were flying to Boston. We're like, holy crap, we know we're going to win because those guys are going to have to deal with what we dealt with for Game 6, which was everybody thinks you're going to win, everybody wants tickets, and you get a bunch of distractions, and we could just fly up to Boston and play hockey, and those guys are now going to deal with the crap we dealt with in St. Louis.
Yeah.
So in their minds, that's the deal. But I think in college basketball, it has the most impact.
Agreed. I think because of the bang-bang nature of the referees' calls.
Bang-bang nature, Martin.
It happened so fast. But college football-wise, yeah, I think in this situation, like the college football playoff, I do think so, especially for teams like SMU going up to play in a freezing cold Penn State, Tennessee a little less so because that's not super south. But I think that makes a big difference.
Super
south.
Like, that does make as big a difference. But I'll tell you what, Notre Dame, the defensive line play from Notre Dame was about as good. Like that, if you're going to make a case for them to win the national championship, it would be based on their defensive line. They were moving Indiana around like it was no one's business on both sides of the ball, but mainly the D-line.
But overall, wouldn't you say it was a letdown?
100%. I'm telling you, not really having a dog in the fight. I mean, again, if they wouldn't have been playing each other, my 2 teams this weekend would have been Notre Dame and Indiana. My 2 teams in the playoff would have been Notre Dame and Indiana. Otherwise, I don't have an emotional investment, but I've got some family ties to both. So, I was kind of like, all right, whoever wins that game is probably who I'll be playing for. I don't get into this SEC Big Ten thing one way or the other. But I know some people do, and that's fine, and God bless, to each their own. But I was so watching that as they were taking the field and watching College Game Day.
Yeah.
where now I love it that they just use profanity, and it's wonderful. I love that somehow has just been like normalized, especially since it's Nick Saban doing it and then Cignetti does it. It's a free-for-all now. They don't go with the F word, but the S word is now just like regular appearance on College Game Day. But like, this is the best. This is the greatest. And I'm like, I hope that the game delivers. And then it's like, it's an absolute disaster. My guess, if I can give a prediction on Take Smith opportunities, I personally didn't watch a second of the Chiefs and Texans, and I think one of the games was so bad, I flipped over to the Steelers and Ravens. I was barely aware that it was going on. My guess is those will do better in the ratings, and then it'll be, the NFL's king. And I'll be like, yeah, but the games they were up against were absolute garbage. Clemson, Texas was a legitimate game. Clemson, Texas, to Clemson's credit. But yes, Martin, super disappointing. I mean, there's no way to spin it otherwise. Clemson was the one that had a chance, but the other three, absolute disappointments.
I like the Saban audio, too, because he does swear, but I don't think he was trying to, I'm going to be risque and put it out. I think it was legitimately...
He talks how he talks.
Yeah, just talking and saying, this is ridiculous. And I think, Jackie, we have the cut of him, and it's talking about all the critics that live out there in social media.
For me, I always wanted to get every player in the organization to reach their full potential. So it wasn't so much about the outcome, it was what you had to do to make everybody better. But a big part of that was insulating the players from external factors, criticism, internet. I used to tell the players all the time, why do you care about what some guy puts on the internet who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement? Jeez. Why do you care? Why does that mean anything to you? Why does that affect you in any way, shape, or form?
Nice. Who is he? Why would I didn't see that in the conversation? I saw it.
Yeah, the context of it.
I think it started with the Ryan Day. Was it not about Ohio State?
Okay.
No? I thought they were talking about all the heat that's... I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it was Saturday morning, though, was it not? That's when he did that.
I thought that was Friday night.
I thought it was Friday in South Bend.
Yeah,
but I thought it was a Ryan Day discussion. I could be wrong, which led to the Kirk Herbstreit thing, too, where he got into the lunatic fringe. But I think Saban, and I'm glad he tells the kids that, but it's hard to tell somebody 18 or 19, don't pay attention to social media or don't give it weight.
That's why I always say about Jackson, Martin, he's dangerous because at 26, he truly is, I don't want to say you're past it, but you're way more close to what I call Doug Vaughn nirvana than most 26-year-olds who have this kind of, fake profession.
If someone says something to you behind a burner of any sort, that is not real. That is nonsense. That is just pixie dust. That is nothing.
Pixie dust. You might have another segment option name.
If you don't have the courage to put your real name behind it, then you really don't mean it.
D. Kleckner's in the YouTube chat and says he took a real shot at the majority of the TMA listeners there. That's from D. Kleckner.
I think that speaks to a sports entertainment in general. Is like people. If you put yourself out there, whether you're playing for a team or you're making a music video, people are gonna
music video.
Well, there's people gonna be out there who are. I'm just saying, like if you put yourself
Whatever
out
you
there
do creatively
I was surprised that was the direction you took. That's fine. I understand. It was another wonderful example.
Like you put it out there, and people are always going to rip, and it's always the people who aren't doing anything who are going to rip you. The people who are doing something either aren't watching or they aren't commenting or they applaud you for trying. So people, you got to just leave that to the sillies.
Leave it to the sillies. Another option, Chairman Kurtz.
Leave it to the sillies.
I don't know what spectrum you're on, but I like it. It's just sort of this strange vernacular that flies out of that mouth.
Well, I'm 24 hours out from being in the fetal position, so you got to remember that.
Yeah, it's funny how critique will roll in, even on the text line. And so you were out one day, Tim, and I go back and look at the text.
You are fascinated by the text history. And I back in the day, I would look at it because because there's usually if somebody's got some racist, they send something that's racist.
Yes.
I'm like, I bet they sent some racist crap in before. And if they're angry, usually there's angry. And on 101, they're just angry throughout the day. Right. They're mad at BK and Ferrario. They're mad at Marsh, Rivers, Stalters, Kerry Davis. It's just nonstop anger. And for us, it's amusing. But I've been living with this for a while. For you, this is, as you know, you're new here.
Ray King got me the other day. He sent an image, and I clicked, and it was McGuire.
Yeah.
He got me there. But I'm scrolling back because I want to make sure we didn't miss like a really good comment or something notable. And all I saw was the first few lines that said, "What a crap show." And I thought, God, I wonder what they didn't like. So then I click on it. Now, I wasn't wounded, but I was curious. But it was about the Cardinals front office. So in reading the full text, the crap show was the Cardinals. Because we were discussing Arenado. And so their comment was about that. And I'm like, for a second, I thought we were the crap show.
It's funny. I've never told this story. It happened a few weeks ago on the fast lane. They got a text that was like really upset, really fired up, angry at them, or perceived angry at them. And so they responded like, "Are you okay? Like, is everything okay?" And they're like, he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. That was meant for TMA." And they took forever to send. So it came in 12 hours later.
Do they get a lot of anger? It was almost the Franco Pena. What is this sitting out here on the countertop?
You are welcome to get involved on the program. 314-3999-646, Air Comfort Service text line. You can send in your hatred during the holidays. 314-3999-646. And then you got the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Chairman Kurt will take your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-374-974-0101. IRC, the Illinois Recovery Center, is a loyal TMA sponsor, and they are doing wonderful work for people in the St. Louis metropolitan area. It is a passion project that has helped so many people in the St. Louis metropolitan area transform their story at Illinois Recovery Center. Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or you're continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose the Illinois Recovery Center? It's a holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and a top-notch facility and accommodation. Whether you have made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, Doug Vaughn on vacation. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose on Friday in overtime to the Florida Panthers. Back in action today.
It's just in.
Taking on the Red Wings tonight. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. And at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Martin, Blues lost in overtime Friday.
This just in. You could have done the bragging rights score. You could have done Bo Prabula. You could have freshened it up a little bit.
What was that? What was the thought process there, if you don't mind us asking?
At the 7 o'clock Sports Center update, 7:30. I do Blues.
They play tonight. Maybe focus on that.
They do play tonight against the Red Wings.
Here's audio of Steve Yzerman in 1996.
Right. And he starts that with a Y. He starts at Yzerman.
Well, that's true.
That's true. Which is, I can trip people up.
Or you go with kind of advancing it. Blues are in Detroit tonight. Final game before the Christmas break. Blues have in a stretcher where they played 11 out of 15 on the road. I didn't realize it was that dramatic.
Stuff. I don't know.
Well, you can look it up.
Oh, yeah.
They've lost 5 of their last 6. Pre-game at 5. We'll preview it with Chris Kerber at 8:15. That's been a Sports Center update.
Boom.
Done.
But that's not my brand.
What is your brand?
Do 3 days old scores.
Hoops. Old updates and hoops.
Old updates.
Yeah, old updates and hoops. That's my brand. So it might be Martin's might be better, but it's not authentic.
I want you to do some really old
Martin,
updates.
you have an inauthentic brand.
No, it's authentic for Martin. It'd be inauthentic for me.
I would love Jackson to come on here and say, and the Dodgers have won the World Series. It's just unfrozen caveman.
It's taken me a couple months to develop a take.
Martin, Swinghaven board member, is trying to help produce the program when Jackson and I are out on Thursday and Friday for you. Boys, with Tim being out later this week, it could be a great opportunity for the listeners to send in pictures of their wives for Doug and Martin to discuss. That's from the Swinghaven board member. I don't know if that's something that you're interested in,
Well, it might be a little slow. Thursday, Friday. We're open. Doug, what present would you like to give to the sports fans of St. Louis?
Oh, that's always a good topic.
Oh, how about a Christmas wish list before Christmas? You do a wish list of things you want.
Like resolution?
Yeah.
I tried to get our buddy Ben Frederickson leaving the Post-Dispatch. I tried to get him to do some TV. He said, I don't really want a big farewell. And I said, okay, I respect that.
I texted him on Friday morning. You had told me that was coming, and I had forgotten about it until I read his story on Friday. And I'm like, man, I'm so happy for you because I can theorize what the situation's like, for lack of a better term. And especially, I didn't realize he was only 34. And I say that complimentary because that means he got to the market at like 23. And I think the last person to do that is me.
Right.
And I'm a once-in-a-generation talent.
Right. We've seen where that path has taken you.
Exactly.
Greatness, excellence in broadcasting.
Thank you. Exactly right. Yeah. And so I'm like, oh, my God, good for him because he can change his and not have to be on the road and working nights and so good for him. Yes, I agree. He didn't want to do a 2 Fox Sports Final farewell. Ben Federickson.
Yeah, I said, why don't we do
leaving
the
Post-Dispatch?
Yeah, he said, no, I'd just assume Sunday be and good for him. A Mizzou grad. His final column was about Mizzou bragging rights basketball. So kudos to him. But yeah, it'll be a little quieter on Thursday, Friday. So we will do our Christmas wish list. Pictures of your wives are welcome, of course. Friends of the show will probably just want to be a part of it. I think this is a big shutdown week. I know Chuck Marlo says it started on Thanksgiving. This has got to be a week where a lot of folks are just shutting
Christmas on a Wednesday. I think a lot of people are taking off these 2 days and Thursday and Friday.
Or you pretend to work Monday, Tuesday, and then say, I'll be off Thursday, Friday. Instead of putting in for vacation, you show up at the office, maybe shuffle some papers a little bit. You're wearing like a nice red sweater. Hey, how's everybody doing? Hey, great day in the office. And then you just kind of slide out at about 12:30.
What I've discovered is using vacation for this week, if you think through it, and I've done both, Jackson, this is me giving you counsel, that it might be a waste of the use of vacation when you don't have children or the ability to travel somewhere, for example, because it's kind of a laid back, not kind of, it is a laid back week. And so then why burn, 32 hours of vacation since Christmas is a holiday?
Yeah.
Now, if you can travel or if you do have, a situation where you can do something. So I'm kind of like, I'll take Thursday and Friday off. but I'll come in and work. And we have a show on Christmas Eve, whatever. We'll come in and we'll BS.
Yeah.
But it'll be a loose program.
Yeah, I like that. And I think that's
my brand is loose programming.
Because otherwise, this is a finely tuned machine. I'd like to see the loose version of this show as opposed to what we do every other day.
It went on down the hallway in a closet next to a pisser.
Yeah.
And it was on HD too.
Yeah. Well, drive in tomorrow and sit right there, and you'll see what the loose program looks like.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. There are a million topics that you could chew on. It's unbelievable. I mean, even Paul Goldschmidt of the Yankees is intriguing to me because...
See, I think that's one that might be that more people are actually interested in. You can always default on the Cardinal topic.
But isn't it more intriguing because it may block Arenado from going there? Maybe not, but the idea that he was going to maybe play first... Yeah. Now the Yankees just added a first baseman, so Arenado's options may have just been, now they could still play him at third, whatever,
sure.
But I think it's intriguing that Arenado may have been thinking, hey, I'll go to the Yankees, I'll play first.
See, I think there's a chance that they both wind up there.
Well, then it's still true, you're right. But if the Yankees had an idea of playing Arenado at first, that's now off the table.
Yeah.
And if Goldschmidt blocked Arenado in a weird way, I just think the Arenado offseason is so strange for a 10-time Gold Glove winner just sitting there, I don't really want to go to Houston. I'll just kind of hold out a little longer. Maybe I'll go to the Yankees. Well, Goldschmidt goes to the Yankees. And I like that move for Goldschmidt and the Yankees. And it's funny because $12.5 million, like, no big deal. Just throw $12.5 million at them, see if it works.
I think if Bregman goes and then Arenado's still sitting around like a week later, then I'll go, okay, this is going to get really. But Bregman in Sports Illustrated, they have him possibly going to the Mets. The Mets are going to have Soto and Bregman.
Jesus.
Yeah. I hope that's people's reaction to this.
Yeah, it should be.
This is just ridiculous, and the way that they've tried to mitigate how ridiculous this is and not pay attention to what is the obvious issue is that stupid-ass postseason that they turn into the NCAA tournament where, quote, anything can happen because they have an economic catastrophe going on in the game of baseball. And so, but anything can happen in the postseason. Any chance that any of these teams can win 97 games? No, absolutely not. But the Mets, Dodgers, the Yankees, they certainly can. But then when they get in the postseason tournament, anything can happen. They've got a monster issue on their hands, and from my personal perspective, I hope that at some point in the next handful of years, somebody goes, we're just shutting this damn thing down until we fix it, because honestly, it bores me.
Yeah.
And I think maybe I say it bores me as it saddens me.
Right.
Because I've become apathetic to the offseason. Oh, okay, the Yankees, Dodgers, Mets, Red Sox aren't going to be involved. Maybe one of these teams can somehow trickle down. But otherwise, those are the teams. And then the scraps, the guys that are either bouncing around wanting to stay in the game, or maybe somebody's just not good enough can go to one of the other teams. And then about 12 teams just aren't going to compete at all. It's just brutal for me to watch as a guy who is doing this because I loved the game of baseball growing up.
You need the Mets to keep spending for this to really maybe collapse. You want it to be so absurd that they sign the Dodgers and Mets sign everybody, and maybe then all the owners are like, okay, what are we doing?
Yeah.
This is a disaster right now. So I hope Bregman goes to the Mets. I hope that they just keep throwing crazy money around.
It's like the Gilded Age. Like you have like Rockefeller and Vanderbilt and Carnegie, and then the rest of the league just has soot on their face, eating fat back.
Look at this. That's your brand. That's your brand.
Soot on their face.
Yeah, that's what it is. You have the mega rich. The discrepancy has never been bigger. The Athletics signed some like middle of the road guy, and it was the biggest deal they've ever made in their entire existence. Like, what the hell?
And they're playing in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Tampa's got a roof that fell in. They can't fix it in 4 months. Yeah. So they're playing in Orlando.
And the Mets give that to a middle reliever, and it was the biggest moment in Athletics history. They're playing in Sacramento. What's going on? Soot on their face.
They've got soot on their face.
Soot on their face. Get involved on the program. Chairman Kurt is manning the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Good to see the YouTube chat. I didn't know how many people would be hanging out today if people were not working, but you can hang out at home or at work, youtube.com/TMASTL, and participate in the conversation. And you can always listen via the TMA STL app, which is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gosrow. That's Schaefer Door Company. This is the time of year. I bet a number of people in the audience have experienced this or will experience it over the next few days. When it's cold out, that's when garage door springs break, and that's what Schaefer Door Company fixes for you. I remember it happening to me, man, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, and I walk in, I said to my wife, I go, I don't know who I'm supposed to call. Well, now you know. Here it is. It's Schaefer Door Company. It's SchaeferDoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. If this happened over the weekend to you, good news. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend, so they can get out there this early today. It's Schaefer Door Company, which also services commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experiencing these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized dealer. For those of you interested in what the Colonel has to say about Bo Prabula, he's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. Blues fans, Chris Kerber with the traditional TMA 8:15 Blues hit. That is all coming up on the program, in addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, Doug Vaughn, vacationing in the Hamptons. I like that Jackson's first piece of audio in this dossier was Curt Cignetti, because I feel like nobody started the season with more equity, and then people kind of who were fans at the beginning of the year, and then as Indiana went on its adventure, began to kind of sour on him. And so when I was watching that game on Friday, and I thought to myself, this guy's trying to manage the score. He's not trying to win the game. Watch this, Martin. I ain't got love for that. I ain't got love for that. And the first question that I saw him asked I think Scott Van Pelt was doing Sports Center afterwards, and I was watching on the post-game press conference, was why he punted. They're down 20-3. I get what he did at Ohio State, and the reason why this is kind of a hot-button issue for me is when they were down at Ohio State, I don't know how many people are aware of this, and they were able to get a couple cosmetic scores at the end, just like they did against Notre Dame. All he did was run the football in Columbus, and then they did get into the end zone. But the point being, he was not trying to score to win. There's not a doubt in my mind what he was trying to do. He was trying to manage it so they didn't get blown off the field. When it became clear that they couldn't compete, he was trying to manage the score. Now, in that game, considering that was the game that they were going to be judged by, I understand it. I do understand it. That might have been why Ryan Day shoved it out their backsides and ran a touchdown in with like 15 seconds left. But when you're playing and there is no tomorrow, what you're doing punting, when you talk with all this bravado,
right?
To me, that was exposure. Here is what he had to say about the punt down 20-3 in the fourth quarter.
I mean, I didn't want to punt, but we were doing nothing on offense, and our defense was fighting. You know, that was the only positive, really, that I could draw, is our defense was still fighting, because offense was doing nothing. And I didn't want to go 4th and 10. You know, it's like you're just wishing and hoping. You have nothing to base it on that you can convert 4th and 10 at that point, right? And there's still time if you punt to win the game. So that was the reason why. I didn't want to do it, but I felt like it was the best move.
I respect the answer. I thought that was a good answer to the question. I want to say that. I just don't believe it. I think he was trying to manage it, because I feel like for Curt Cignetti and Rhett Lashley of SMU, a lot of what was going on Friday night and Saturday afternoon at Happy Valley was about, we're trying to justify being in the party. Dabo Swinney, that was not the mindset. Good, and hey, you know, he's got national championships. He also won his way in, so it's a different situation. I'm quite certain Josh Heupel wasn't trying to justify Tennessee being in there. They're playing to win. They're playing to win a championship, and I felt like Cignetti and Lashley were like, oh, God, we're getting blown off the field, and everybody's going to say we didn't belong. You can't control that. You play to win. That's why you go in there, and that's what I thought was going on, in particular with Indiana. And if I was an Indiana fan, I'd be irritated by that.
You almost need the sideline audio like NFL Films always has, where the coaches are talking. You need to say, listen, we got to make sure this looks a little better than it looks. You almost need to hear the inner dialogue, because I agree with that. I think they knew the narrative going in that nobody felt they were that good. So you got to make sure. Instead, you should be balls out to win that game. Anything you can do, any trickery, especially when you're the bravado guy. It's great for a program that's never had that kind of like swagger, but it can come back and burn you pretty quickly. Yeah. And I guess the question now for Indiana is, how sustainable is it? You know, would Alabama or Miami have played a better game there? Probably. I mean, talent-wise, probably. I guess you reward Indiana for the season they had. Everybody says you got to change it. But the other thing is the buys, like Boise State, Arizona State get buys. I think that's still rewarding those tournament, championship games from each conference, because they got big money.
That's what it is. And that part is why.
And they got to keep doing that. All these SEC championship means something. Well, does it? Oh, yeah, look, you get a seed. You get a bye. Okay.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. And the key issue on this is there's only one more year left in the contract. So no matter what, there is going to be change for 2026. As far as whether or not there will be for 2025, I don't know on that. With regard to Indiana specifically, now, if you would have looked at their schedule at this time last year, you would have gone, oh, my God. They've got to deal with Washington and Michigan, the two teams who wound up playing for the national championship, and we saw how quickly things changed. They travel to Illinois. They travel to Eugene, Oregon. They travel to Penn State, and then they get Wisconsin and Michigan State. They also have to travel to Iowa. So it looks like the schedule will be tougher. Anytime you've got to go to Oregon and go to Penn State, I'd be very surprising to me if those both drastically fell off. I mean, you kind of knew at this time last year there was a good chance that Jim Harbaugh would be going and leaving. I don't think anybody saw that roster falling off as much as it did. By the way, speaking of that, because the second most perplexing loss, I think, of the year, because the first is always going to be Northern Illinois and Notre Dame, is what Michigan did in Columbus. I'm of the opinion that Ohio State, I'm not saying Ohio State loses to Tennessee if that didn't happen, but I do not think Ohio State beats the living hell out of Tennessee like they did if the Michigan game doesn't happen.
You're saying they lit the fire underneath them. They're a new team. They were the most intriguing team. Would they just sort of stay in the tank? You would think they wouldn't because they're in the playoffs, and that's an Ohio State team that I don't know if they're listed now as the favorite to win. What's the spread even with the Oregon game? I would think Ohio State now has to be. Do you think they're the favorite to win it all at this point, based on what you saw this weekend?
Probably still Oregon, right?
Excuse me?
Probably still Oregon.
Oh, you don't have it. Okay, I thought you were giving the number.
Ohio State, 1.5.
Ohio State minus 1.5.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
I feel like everybody now says, okay, they're back. I mean, it was one game, but...
and that's how you got to think through the... Because, I mean, 3 weeks ago, it was the talking point. Wow, Georgia losing to Georgia Tech almost? And, and now it's like Georgia. And people are thinking of the Kirby Smart Georgia teams. I don't know. Not to say that they can't be. Georgia's a team with a wide delta. I watch so much damn college football. Georgia had issues with some really pedestrian teams this year. I don't know how many people were watching Georgia, Kentucky 3 months ago. I was. And, of course, the Georgia Tech one was on Friday night, and I think that was Thanksgiving weekend, so a lot of people might have been watching that one. But at the same time, they beat Texas 2 different times, and so you sit there and go, okay, they're a team with a wide delta. In a year like pre-college football playoff, Oregon would just be, they're the national champion. They've done everything. They've beaten Ohio State. They've beaten whoever was put in front of them in the Big Ten championship, Penn State, and they're undefeated. But in this particular format, in the second round, in the quarterfinals, they're a 1.5 underdog to a team that they've already beaten. That's just the nature of
up
play.
to 2.5 now.
Wow, we moved the line.
Yeah.
We moved it just by mentioning it.
I got to say something that really rubs my rhubarb.
This guy's got a brand.
Rubs my rhubarb.
I think it's from Batman, Jack Nicholson. That the next rounds are a neutral site. I really wish the next round was also at home. I understand it's probably a money thing, and it's also probably because the 4 games we got on campus were a little bit of clunkers, but I would just be so more pumped up for this next round if Ohio State was going to Oregon, if all these players...
I agree with you, but this goes back to the money thing.
Right.
The reason why they valued... I'm telling you, it's so transparent to me, and I guess I understand it. That they got to make it look like the conference championship games matter, so that's why they had the impact that they did on the seedings, and they got to keep the bowls involved for money reasons as well.
Yeah, I get that.
And it does work, though, that it's the Rose Bowl, Ohio State, Oregon, a Pac-10 team, Pac-12, historically. I know it's stupid, and I know why they're doing it.
You think that's stupid? What do you hear Jackson's take on the sunset?
Whoa, easy.
But the fact that it's the Rose Bowl, Ohio, that's the game you want to watch. Oh, and it also happens to be the Rose Bowl as opposed to the Peach Bowl. No offense to our friends in Atlanta, Steak and Company. Texas, Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. Rose Bowl, Ohio State, Oregon, 4 o'clock on New Year's Day.
The game that I'm most interested in, actually, is because we just haven't seen it, and they've only played 3 times, is Notre Dame, Georgia, and it sucks that that's going to be, that game will not end until midnight.
That's New Orleans Sugar Bowl game?
Yes, 7:45. It won't kick off at 7:45. It's like when you see a Blues late-night playoff schedule, and they're like, puck drop 8:30. I'm like,
8:47.
Take the over.
Yeah.
That Notre Dame, Georgia game, which could wind up being a hell of a football game, won't end until midnight, and most people will be working the next day. All right, it is 8:10 in St. Louis. You just told me that Doug has a live read. And I look to the chair and I see it being empty. Is this
Well, yeah, I suppose.
But with the magic, we have Doug.
Oh, you have Doug handy.
Doug Vaughn here from Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. I've been going to Munganess St. Louis Acura for many years. Recently bought a used car from Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota in Alton. Just fantastic people to deal with there. Really, just some of the best you're ever going to find in the industry. And now, if you need your car serviced, they've got a special number to give you that'll go straight to the muckety mucks, the decision makers, the big cheeses, the people that will help get you the kind of service that is usually reserved for only their best customers and also accessible to our listeners. Here's the number now, 314-252-0029. That'll get you straight to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess or Ryan Seiberg in the service department. 314-252-0029. Go to their websites, check out their fantastic selection of new and used cars at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
All right, the program is The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. It's TMA, 101 ESPN. I thought we had Chris Kerber, so I'm thrown off.
Oh. Well, we didn't even get to the fact KG went to the shoe on Saturday.
I had no idea. What was that about?
Hold on a second.
I got it just because we're supposed to do this at 8:15, so whatever.
I'm sorry. It was 8-2, and we're going to A1, and I messed
Jackson
up.
speaking code.
People at home are hearing the periodic table of elements
That's
are read
exactly
out loud.
right.
Yeah, I think give Curbs a call. It's fine. Let's do it. Let's on the fly.
Yeah.
Is it all right?
It'd be better to do it next time.
Oh, okay.
I'll explain the break.
Okay. Wow. Cryptic. No, KG went to the shoe on Saturday night. How about that?
Indeed. I didn't know I was going. Saturday morning, I woke up. I thought, I wonder what tickets are for this game. Looked at them on the secondary market. They were doable, so I hopped in the car around 11 o'clock and made the trip to Columbus. Got there about an hour before kickoff.
Just went by yourself?
Yeah, just me.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah.
I respect that.
Stayed till about the fourth quarter and wanted to beat traffic, long drive home, and made the trip home, pulled back in front of my house at 5:15 a.m. Sunday morning.
This guy loves college football. Did you just want to check it off the list?
Yeah, I was looking forward to this playoff even without Mizzou in it, and I just think these on-campus home games are a sight to see. I was disappointed I didn't get to be there ahead of time to take in some tailgating, but the environment in that place was just second to none.
What was the split on Rocky Top fans?
Hard to say, but the orange was well represented early on, no doubt about it. Ohio State fans.
70-30 Ohio State, you think?
That might be a little high, maybe 65-35 or even 60-40.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of orange in there. But they didn't stay long.
They had moved on to other things?
Yeah.
Drive back to eastern Tennessee?
Yeah. And I'm not saying everything needs to be, puppy dogs and ice cream, but the Ohio State fans not real friendly with the Tennessee fans.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and it was kind of nice because every football game I've ever attended, I'm living and dying with every play, and it was nice to just sit there and
take it in,
kind of watch other people. I was hoping for a close game, obviously, so I could see other people in their misery, but that was over pretty early on.
Was it freezing?
It was absolutely frigid. Yeah,
that would turn me off the most of all that.
I mean, you got a chance to see it. I mean, of course, we all can see it on television too. But the core issue on Ohio State, when you look at the Michigan game, I think they have the most talented wide receiver in the country. He's also only a freshman, Jeremiah Smith, for the record. And they just didn't really throw the ball against Michigan. It was just like, okay, we're going to show you we can exact our will on you, and then we're going to fall into a trap, and we're going to lose this game. But again, I think Ohio State increased their chances of winning the national championship because they lost to Michigan, which I realize sounds so counterintuitive. I just think, but I didn't know going in. I didn't know if they'd just be like, okay, screw this, Ryan Day's done, or they will use it. And it just shows that there's just no substitute for talent. And sometimes these narratives, of which I participate in without question, mean nothing. If you're faster, you're bigger, and you've got that talent, you can talk narratives all day long. You can like Ryan Day or not like Ryan Day if you're a player, but it isn't going to all slow you down if you're Jeremiah Smith or you lose your ability to catch a football. So if they would have just thrown the ball around, to Will Howard's credit, he was real good on Saturday night. I think they beat Michigan going away, maybe even covered like that 20-point number.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, they're just like, okay, we're going to run it. No, okay. God bless. Good luck. It's like a team going up against Texas going, we're just going to beat them by running. Well, you can't run the ball in Texas. You can't do that. Saw Clemson try. Did you see that on a fourth and goal?
Yeah.
It's like, did you not watch the A&M game? You can't go in the end zone in a goal line stand on Texas. You just got to understand the program at this point. That's the way that it is. Ohio State wins by throwing the football. And Lou Holtz might call it finesse. I don't know what to tell you. Get over it. Who gives a damn? Win the game. And so to their credit now, yeah, if you told me you got to take a team of the 8, Ohio State would be the one that I would take.
Get rid of those red pants.
I was going to say I didn't want to swerve into your lane last segment, but I when I saw them run out of the tunnel, I thought
Doug had to be beside himself.
Jackson's not going to be happy with that.
The scarlet and gray. Stick with it. Scarlet and gray.
I wonder what that was about. Why they went that route?
I have no idea. They do sometimes go off-brand, sometimes they go with the all-black look, but to me, the scarlet and...
I bet Doug was madder than a hornet about that.
That's why he's not here.
Especially
he said he couldn't do the show.
Especially hosting that game at home. I thought they were coming out in the classics.
No, this isn't time to mess around, but hey, they won, so what am I going to
Did you wear shorts, KG?
No, I had, and I'm not usually one to layer up, but
you got to there,
had to in that, yeah.
Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the program. Brown & Crouppen is local, founded in 1979. Don't you want a local law firm if you're going to be in a spot where you need the services of Brown & Crouppen? Yeah, you're going to. One that knows how to handle the ins and the outs of your case and the local environment. We have Terry Crouppen and Andy Crouppen and Ed Herman come in with us on Tuesdays on the program and talk it over. They provide superior legal services and value client services as well. Brown & Crouppen treats their clients in a first-class manner, and they're part of our community. So it's Brown & Crouppen with great service and results. Go online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different, must be judged on its own accord. Chris Kerber joining us next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Fisher Window and Doors, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, vacationing in the Hamptons. It's our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Chris Kerber with us. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, how are you today?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing? Fine, sir.
I'm doing good. I got a couple of sports questions, maybe.
I am taking questions. Okay. Martin is taking questions as well.
Okay, I got maybe a random stream of consciousness.
Okay,
here.
I like this.
Okay, so I see Kirk Herbstreit tweet after the Indiana game that the result of that game clearly proved that Indiana didn't belong in the playoffs. So by using that logic, I guess Tennessee doesn't either, right? So in college football, I guess like why don't we just let like Alabama and a few other teams play each other in a postseason tournament? Just say to hell with the regular season to everybody else. If the result of one game, which anybody can get blown out in any one game, is going to dictate whether or not an entire season was validated. I think people have kind of lost some kind of perspective, haven't they?
Well, there is inherent bias on college football that allows it's almost like trying to apply to St. Louis Country Club, which of course I'm in talks to do. Only a handful of people can get in, and you don't really have anything that you can do that can get you in. You're in a spot where Indiana had one game that apparently determined their season, and it was the Ohio State game. Listen, I wasn't sold on Indiana, but Indiana was, 11-1. So what are you going to do? Keep them out? And Alabama had a blowout against Oklahoma, which was certainly not the caliber of team of Ohio State. So Herbstreit, who I really do enjoy, and I'm not saying that just to like cover my tracks. I do, but he is one of the shining examples of what they call the eye test, and the eye test is another way for continuing brand bias in college football, which essentially keeps, to use an economic term, new money out of the club. And Indiana's new money, Alabama's old money. Alabama got blown off the field by Oklahoma. I mean, the team that I actually make a case for more is Ole Miss and South Carolina than Alabama. I agree with where you're coming from on that is my overall.
It just didn't make sense. So the problem is when you take a stance like that and then Tennessee gets blown out, you're like, okay, where is it? Where's the tweet saying that Tennessee didn't belong in the playoffs? Yeah. Right? Of course, that ain't going to happen. Now, here's another one. I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday. The women's national championship for volleyball was amazing. Now, Penn State had the edge on Louisville. They were a better team. They had beaten Louisville earlier in the year. I followed it pretty much because my daughter goes down there. But we watched that match. It was unbelievable. Here's a crazy nugget for you. So I guess the women's volleyball championship's been going on since like the mid-'80s, right? That is the first time that there have been two women coaches in the final for the national championship, and it's the first time that a female head coach has won the national championship in women's volleyball.
First time a female coach.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
You got a whole bag of nuggets there, Kerbs.
It was a great sports weekend outside of, even the hockey was good, in my opinion, despite the loss.
I was just going to ask, are you bringing all of this up to avoid the uncomfortable topic that is the Node losing 5 of their last 6, did play well Friday in Florida. But what do you make of a team that can't score? In the last 4 losses, they've only scored 1 goal in each of those games. I think it's 7 goals in their last 5 games total, something along those lines. What can you do at this point?
Martin, I think it is still just a coach trying to get the right habits into his hockey team. That's what I think it is. I think there was a bump. I think there was a push. They were circling the wagons on the road. Yeah, I do think the schedule and the road travels caught up to them. It was a grind, and still is, and it'll end tonight before the Christmas break. But I just think that in the end, the coach was battling road, all this other stuff, and there's still some habits in there. And when you get a couple guys, whether it be a Brandon Saad or a couple other guys that are in some slumps, you're not deep enough to overcome those slumps yet. So tonight, we'll see Texier on that top line for a little while tonight, and it's another opportunity for him. And you got to wonder at some point in time, does a 25-year-old take advantage of it or not? But if you're going to play with Robert Thomas and Pavel Buchnevich, you're going to get some opportunities. So he's still trying to figure his team out. And you get the sense, though, when you talk to the guys, they're like, hey, we have a really good team here. And sometimes you want to look and you go, well, how do you guys define really good? Because it doesn't necessarily look the same way from up above. But I think it's once they get everybody kind of pulling the rope in the same direction, you get the feeling they may take off.
Is that confidence still there with the recent skid?
Yeah, it's the one thing that hasn't disappeared is the confidence. So like when you talk to the guys in the leadership group and all that, and they're like, absolutely, it's there. So it's just a matter of, do you get the rest of the group to buy in? Do you get the rest of, and by say the rest of the group, it could be any one guy on any given night. You know what I mean? Like if a guy on your top line just doesn't quite make the right plays at the right time, it could screw up the next, 3 line shifts and things like that. And that's the challenge that they're having right now, is just getting those habits back into the game.
Any chance Hofer plays tonight? Do you think just extended rest for Bennington?
There is. We don't go over to the rink for about another 30 minutes or so I don't know the answer to that. But, yeah, I think there's a chance.
And justified, do you think, at this point? I mean, Hofer's played really well. You think Benner's a little worn down?
No, listen, I don't make too much of it. I think each goaltender is going to have a chance where they're going on a run. I think Hofer's played pretty good. We go back and kind of compare the teams and when these guys have played, and Bennington's had the tougher schedule without a shadow of a doubt. But Hofer's he's played pretty well, and I don't think there's any issue if you play him tonight and give Bennington the extra few days rest going into the busy schedule after the break. I really like this goaltending tandem, and I think if the team continues to cut down on some of the, one of the challenges is if they cut down on the odd man rushes, the goaltending is going to shine even more. But they're having a hard time doing that because they're one and done in the offensive zone. And as soon as those defensive habits get into play where you're actually keeping the puck in the offensive zone a little bit more, you'll see those goaltending numbers drop.
Blues and Red Wings tonight. Then they get some time off, much needed. And the schedule hopefully leads to some better results with the schedule letting up on the road trips and also the caliber of the opposition the Blues have seen during this stretch as well. My goodness. Blues at Red Wings tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN, 5 p.m. Puck drop, 6 p.m. And then the boys get some well-deserved rest over the Christmas break. Kerbs, always appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you and your family, sir. Thanks for dropping by the program, as always.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys. We'll talk to you guys right after the break.
Sounds good. It's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Gabe DeArmond is going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock on Missouri, signing their quarterback, Bo Prabula, who was the backup quarterback at Penn State this year. The Colonel will be with us, giving us his perspective on the bragging rights as well. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, I know it's Christmas time, and you're thinking, okay, we got the holiday in the middle of the week, but you also got to think about that HVAC unit and the comfortability of your house. So remember this, that right now the electric company rebates end at the end of the year. So you want to let Classic Air Care leverage those rebates for you now before they're gone. Classic Air Care is going to make sure that the unit is up and running. But if it's been making some sounds and you've been contemplating it's time, the unit's too old, now's the time to do it. You can get on the schedule. You can make sure that you get the rebates. You can let them work those rebates for you, and you can get amazing savings as well on that. So while it is the Christmas time and it may be in the back of your head, move it to the front of your head, because at the end of the year, costs are going up due to government regulations. So get online. You can get a free quote online. It's easy. It takes just a couple of minutes to do. They can get an appointment set up for you. They can still get to you before the end of the year as well. It's Classic Air Care. They take care of the house for me, so I'm comfortable knowing that Christy and the girls are all set when I'm out of town. They will do the same for you. Again, go online to classicaircare.com. It's Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Rockets defeat the Raptors last night, 114-110. Dylan Brooks, a little 27-point effort for the Canadian. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, there is a rebellion going on right now in the YouTube chat.
What's their beef?
Martin, they're not happy with Jackson not playing drops.
Yeah, it's been a weak drop day, I got to be honest with you.
And so they're just typing in drops.
Oh, like
why don't you just go on a drop fest? Just kind of get out your Paul Schaefer and just kind of hit the keyboard.
Nope, that was the phone
with audio.
That's good. It matters. It matters.
Swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
I always picture Mike Matheny when I hear that now. It just
I didn't have to picture it. I heard it on the other end of my phone.
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
Reminds me, the Colonel will be with us here in about 25 minutes. Texted me about an hour ago. He's, we doing radio today at 9? I could tell he's excited about it. You better believe it, brother.
Oh, boy, that guy. This last month and a half, he's just been grinding.
Oh, God bless him.
Well, got the QB. Now he can kind of calm down a little bit until a bunch of Mizzou kids start leaving the program. I think, until the 28th? Get him to Music City. Get him a hotel room. Oh, you're on the team, buddy.
No chance in hell he's going to that nonsense.
No, I'm saying to the kids that might transfer if you're Mizzou, come on down to Nashville. Have a little fun with us. 28th pass. Okay, now you can't leave.
I think slowly but surely also people, like the general fan base, is becoming less emotionally invested in each and every transfer, departure, and return of like getting players back. Like it used to be a really big deal that your star player was transferring away, and now it happens so often.
This is the deal. Yeah, you don't take it personally, and you recognize that this is the cost of doing business. So when Kevin Coleman transfers here, or you like when Prabula transfers here, you recognize that also means you're going to lose some players as well. We'll take your phone calls. Let's have some people call in. We have some time to breathe. We're actually caught up on the clock. I can't believe that. I don't know when the last time that happened. 314.
November 12th.
Was that what it was? Yeah. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Anything is welcome. Jackson QFTAing today.
Sure.
Tomorrow's Christmas Eve.
Sure.
And we welcome you to send in emails for QFTA T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Anything works. Any topic works. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com for the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Were you waving at me, Chairman Kurt?
Yeah, I just texted you too, but we got makeup sound story in there at 12:30. I don't know if that'll affect your QFTAing.
Okay. We can go. Good. Yeah, it'll be all right.
A lot of folks texted when I said everybody's off. Remember we said it was kind of like a week you don't work? Mm-hmm. Sometimes that upsets people if they're actually working. UPS drivers, especially not laid back for us UPS drivers out here. God bless. That's a lot of work on a week like this. Aren't most good companies just closed this week? I believe only the poors are forced to use vacation this week.
Those are
from the 573. Mr. Big Cream, I'm working today because I'm a dumbass and I'm paying off a worthless MBA from Mr. Big Cream.
I like that perspective. Guys, why does Drink look like he's binge watching every Taylor Sheridan show during bowl season? What is this picture of Eli Drinkwitz dressed up as a cowboy? Is that
out there?
What is that?
That's from the. I think that's from SEC Media Days. That might be just getting recycled here when he's recruiting and portal seasoning.
Well, with the Music City Bowl taking place, I'm sure he's fired up.
Is there a non-college football playoff bowl game that you are looking forward to watching?
No. How
for me, it used to be like when I would take this whole week off, I'd be like, I'll just sit around and I'll put something on the game and just watch. But you might as well just bet heads or tails. You have no idea. You're not watching the same teams that played in the in the regular season. So you have no idea. And you also don't know who gives a damn.
You got the Myrtle Beach Bowl. That's going on tonight, guys. Actually, it's going on at 11 a.m. I take it back. The Myrtle Beach Bowl, 11 a.m.
Coastal Carolina is playing that. Their campus is in Myrtle Beach.
You're correct. How'd you know that?
Because I visited there. That was one of the 3 schools I visited.
Coastal Carolina, federal Gulf Coast.
11 a.m. at Brooks Stadium in South Carolina. You got the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Tim, that's at 2:30. Can I offer you the Potato Bowl? Being Irish, you know?
I'll get on board with that. I enjoy a good potato.
It's at the Blue Turf. Boise hosting the Potato Bowl.
John is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. John, welcome to 101 ESPN.
How you doing this morning?
There we go, John.
Real good. Is ESPN going to hold the audio version for the Chiefs game on Saturday? Means it's on at Netflix.
It's on Wednesday on Netflix.
Wednesday on what? Is it? Oh, I thought it was on Saturday.
Christmas Day, buddy.
Christmas Day, pregame 11 a.m., and it will be carried here on 101 ESPN, John.
You answered my question. That's all I needed to know. I knew ESPN would come through.
Yeah, they sure did.
Clip that
and like to have that. How'd you feel about the win against the Texans?
I like that. That was good.
Yeah. Tough.
Was that a surprise with Washington? Oh.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I thought that's money in the bank with Philadelphia. Eh? Like, holy shit.
Well, you can't. Unfortunately, while you can say that word on College Game Day now, we can't say it here. I'm working on getting that legislation passed in Washington, though. I think we need to normalize the S word.
Johnny, you known for throwing salty words around?
What's that, sir?
Are you known for throwing salty words around?
I apologize to everybody.
Nobody trust me. Nobody cares if anything. We enjoyed it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, John. Season's greetings to you and yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. You too, and everybody in your family up there.
God bless. Thank you. There's John.
Family up there. I didn't have John dropping an S-bomb.
Yeah.
Big fan, though.
200 to 1.
He calls to talk Chiefs, and we were debating. I think it was Thursday last week. Doug and I were debating if he was like playing a little shtick there. If he's, I think John's a real caller. He likes to talk about the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And he kind of had
a little Hunter S. Thompson. It's a little Hunter S. Thompson.
That's
like late period Hunter S.
Going real gonzo.
Yeah. Like shoot out of the cannon at my funeral. I think Johnny Depp really paid for that.
I think John's becoming a star on this show.
I need a statement from Homeless Jack.
I'm homeless?
On the NBA ratings crisis, I told you, Jackson, nobody watches the NBA.
Oh, yeah. Hoosiers are rejoicing everywhere that the NBA ratings are down.
Hoosiers are rejoicing. We're not talking about Signetti's bunch.
No.
We're talking about...
No.
You say the poors don't like the NBA?
No. Well, maybe.
Gilded Age?
No, I think Outkick is just now cleaning the confetti off their floors.
Martin, boy, you got to follow these, right? It's like a Dennis Miller monologue during Monday Night Football.
Okay, babe. We read the story. It was an Outkick tweet last week about the ratings, and it was from an Outkick story.
I see.
Which is
Jackson sometimes wonders internally if Outkick is covering stories with good faith.
Yes, I often wonder, and I think what's going on right now.
Would that be a grift?
Would be Exhibit A.
You would say it fits their brand to kind of enjoy the NBA struggles.
It fits. It is their brand.
Assuming it's like not the Utah Jazz or the Pacers.
Right, or the AD Celtics. College basketball, though, is better. College basketball is better. Yeah, I don't.
But the AD Celtics had Danny Ainge and Bill Walton and Larry Bird and Kevin McHale.
Boxes checked. I gave my piece on that last week.
You covered this last week?
There's been a lot of disingenuous discourse, not just with the NBA, but like college football playoff, I would say, has had a lot of disingenuous discourse over the last 48 hours or so.
What was the disingenuous discourse?
Every team that isn't in the college football playoff is awesome and should have been, and everyone knows that they should have been. There would have been a much better game, and the teams that they did pick were all terrible, and everyone always knew that, and everyone's smarter than you.
I just, for the life of me, the Alabama thing on that, I'm like, Alabama isn't the one.
Right.
It's Ole Miss or South Carolina.
I think it's lazy just because it's the Bama name.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, lazy makes it sound like there's intent behind it, and I don't mean it that way.
It's easy.
Yeah, it is. It's easy because it is the name. But my God, what I wouldn't do to see Lenora Sellers play any one of these teams. Right. That guy, you talk about Jaden Daniels and what he did yesterday against the Eagles. We got to see that, unfortunately, in Columbia, Missouri last year. I mean, he single-handedly led LSU to that comeback to beat Missouri, even though they have sick wide receivers. And I think that's what you got. I think you're going to see it firsthand, assuming he's healthy, when they come to Columbia. I think it's September 20th or September 21st. I mean, from my standpoint, there's your Heisman favorite. Yep. And I would have loved to have seen what he could have done. And that doesn't mean that they would have won, because every team that gets into this thing at this point, when you expand it to 12 beyond the top, hell, I don't even know where you're even going to go. You could, because even Georgia, the 2 seed, I view as quote unquote flawed. But it was specific to the games. I don't know what, because that became the take. And as Kerber said, what are you going to do with it? Like, I don't know. Like, I wasn't bought and sold on Indiana by any means, but I understand how they can't be left out. I wasn't bought and sold on SMU by any means, but that one wasn't as that one was Bach. That was Ward Manuel, I think, that blew that. He was the chairman of the committee when he did the interview and basically said there was nothing that they could do. Like, they were going to be in, and they didn't want to deal with they were in such a tough spot with South Carolina. I think probably in that room, they're like, yeah, the team that's playing the best right now is South Carolina. But we can't put them in because they lost to the 2 teams that are also being discussed in Ole Miss and Alabama. Yeah. Would it have led to better games? I don't know. Maybe.
That's the thing. That's what
you don't know.
That's where I get into the disingenuous discourse.
But here's the issue. Look at the college football playoff. If you really are bored out of your mind, and for everybody's sake, I hope you're not. But over the last decade, and you would have blowout after blowout in the semifinals, and you've had blowouts in championship games in recent years as well. LSU got blown off, or LSU blew Clemson off the field. Washington, TCU in Georgia was the ultimate one. Yeah. But that TCU team beat Michigan in the semifinals to get there. This is all geared around, at its core, this is all geared around the caste system that is keeping the new money, quote unquote, the new money in college football out of the club. Because if Alabama were in, I don't think you would be hearing as much as Indiana doesn't belong, SMU doesn't belong. Yeah, if Alabama and SMU were playing, I'll take Alabama money line all day long. But I remember thinking when I watched Missouri, a wounded Missouri team, play Alabama in late October when both teams absolutely needed to win, going, God, Alabama isn't that good. Missouri with Drew Pine is kind of, hanging around in this game. What's that about? That's not what I thought. That's not the way it would usually work with a typical Alabama team. So it's just, it's a brand name, and people wanted brand names in there, I think. And that's where Indiana and SMU caught a lot of hell.
But if this format gets you in a Final Four, let's say it's Texas, Ohio State in one semifinal, and then Penn State, Notre Dame.
Or Penn State and Georgia.
I mean, doesn't that feel like a pretty good Final Four? Like, you had to get through the early stage. It's not every game is going to be perfect. Not every game is going to be entertaining or the best matchup. But if they get you to a great Final Four and a great championship game, maybe it worked.
Yeah, I guess where I come from on this, and I'm not in a results-oriented mindset, because the committee, or fans for that matter, don't have the luxury of knowing what the results would be. I know you're not saying that. I take myself back to the morning of their deciding, and it's like, do I think Indiana's one of the 12 best teams in the country? Do I think? Absolutely not. I don't. But I don't know. Right. I mean, so should Indiana only be judged by those 60 minutes they had against Ohio State, and the other 660 didn't matter? Right. That doesn't seem right to me. Yeah. And okay, if we're going to do that, then I guess my South Carolina team that I advocate for so hard, after just not being sold until I saw what Sellers did against Missouri and Clemson in particular, okay, well, then I guess their 60 minutes against Ole Miss is the reason why they're out. Yeah. It just, okay, I guess Ohio State's 60 minutes against Michigan, then they're out. It just doesn't, you can poke a hole in it, and that's why when you start giving passionate takes about it, you're going to wind up exposing yourself no matter what on a particular topic. The system is inherently flawed. At the same time, the flaw in the system is what draws the attention. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's a catch-22. You wouldn't have this attention to it if there wasn't that. If the imperfect system is going to provide you an imperfect product, that's just how it works.
Imperfect system. I'm going to write that down, too.
Yeah, you like that?
Oh, man.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's good. Guys, can we talk about the Battlehawks' new quarterback, please? Max Duggan?
Well, I think they have 3.
Speaking of TCU, Georgia.
They tweeted out, here are our quarterback. Now, I realize Max is probably in the lead, but they did sign 3.
There you go, Peg Diaz. It has been talked about.
Is Peg Diaz a play on words there?
I believe so. I'm surprised you. I tipped my cap. Welcome.
Okay.
After 2 months, you're starting to catch on to this nonsense. Well done. Outkick is a conglomerate of the griftiest grifters that ever grifted, and viewing them as a legitimate news source is an indictment on one's intelligence. Go suck a tailpipe, you dorks. That's from the Colts beat writer in a high-scoring affair yesterday, Brian Henshin.
Go suck a tailpipe.
Yeah,
you dorks.
I'm with Henshin. I'm with the Colts.
You stand with the Colts.
Sure, why not?
Calling them Grifty Grifterson.
Beat the Titans. Titans are no fun.
Send your emails in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The Colonel is going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here, talking it over with Stewie, and this is perfect for the holidays. I'm anxious to hear this story. As a matter of fact, Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage, and the man gives out his cell phone, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan. Stewie, what is this gift that you heard the story of?
Tim, a TMA listener calls me up on December the 8th and says, hey, I want to buy this house. We want to get in before the holidays. The problem is the seller's got 5 offers on the table. We're number 2 or number 3. Can I tell the seller we can close in 10 days? Everybody else is saying 30 days to get it done. I don't think the seller is going to wait that long. They want their money. They're closing in their house. Can we go ahead and make that offer? I said, no problem. We'll get it done in less than 10 days for you. And that means that the seller is going to consider your offer, even though you're not number 1, since it's quicker, easier, and cash in pocket, they're going to consider your offer over the other bids. And that's what happened. And we closed on Friday. 10 days to get it done. The seller took the lower bid, but because they got the cash, they went ahead, and these folks are going to be in their new house in time for the holidays.
How about that? Boy, that is an incredible turnaround. That's Stewie. Stewart's American Mortgage, showing what he can do for you. Call him on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan. Wow, big things happening. Colonel's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com. Bo Perbula, bragging rights talk. And Chuckles Marlo, 9:20, celebrating the Ohio State win. And
friend of the show.
Friend of the show, absolutely.
How about a couple of drops of Chuck just to warm us up, Jackie? If just not, just relax. I think I threw him for a loop there.
Absolutely.
When you get a chance, I should say. Let's hear a little Chuck just to warm up the audience.
Yeah. That might be the best thing you've ever said. Good evening, sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 2012.
Oh, yeah, Sportscast.
Is it embarrassing, though, like when the hot girl's like massaging your scalp and like you have all the dandruff everywhere?
Don't you think working for the Two Fox is more prestigious than getting a PhD?
Thank you. All right, thank you, Chuck. Thank you. Thanks for saying that.
Hey, Piddles.
Yo.
Care to retract your belief about Hunter's girlfriend? He deactivated his Instagram because of all the videos going around showing her and another dude's video. Lepers don't change their spots. Merry Christmas to you all. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
No.
This is in reference to... I read that, and I go, I'm not sure who Hunter is, but we're talking about Travis Hunter.
We had a discussion about this last week.
Yes, we did, and now I know, now I'm up to speed. When she was not happy about something the night he won his Heisman Trophy.
Right.
Now, as far as who deleted their Instagram, I was not aware of that.
I think Travis Hunter did. Either way, my take wasn't on that specifically. I find it really odd that people think that they can comment or pass judgment on people based on several 5-second clips on social media and then call the person a toxic partner, this, that, the other thing. So it's not specific to, and I don't know Travis Hunter's girlfriend. She could be great. She could be bad. I don't know. But I do know that I don't know. And I feel like some people think they know when they clearly do not know.
That was almost Jim Mora-esque.
Well, it's to me, it's lame. I don't think people would want
so you
that.
think Sharon Clayton's lame?
I don't think that, no. She's acting lame in that way because I don't think Sharon Clayton would want us to judge her relationship with whoever she is with based on a text she sends into a radio station. Like, that wouldn't be cool on our end. So why is it cool? Because what? They're celebrities? Like, I just think it's odd. Now, granted, there's a huge market for it, so it's not going to change. But I just think it's weird.
That part, the general observation that there is a market for it.
Yeah,
I wonder. Martin, I oft-times wonder that if we will look back, my hope is within like a couple of years, more realistically in 10 years, and we look back on like the 20s and the crap that was normalized and just like accepted. And we go, God, can you believe that one? Kind of like when people go, yeah, there were, people were smoking cigarettes in television commercials and ball play, like that just seems
on the plane.
insane. Yeah. Like, is it specific to social media?
Sure.
And I'm curious if this will be going on in 10 years. My belief is that it will not.
Ooh, I think it will.
Oh, I don't. God, I wish I could bet it in some way.
Yeah,
and I'm not optimistic at all. But I'm
people
like,
will grow tired of it. You think?
I think at some point something significant will happen that will lead to some kind of litigation where people who used to be able to just air people out from anonymous accounts will be exposed and a precedent will be set legally, and then they will actually have risk to conducting the way they conduct themselves. Right. That's what I think.
So
will
some
happen.
some guardrails will come into place because of something nasty that happened.
Yes.
Maybe an Ed Herman question or Andy Crouppen, like how do you get that litigation to move forward? I don't know. I'm not as optimistic about that. There's always just sort of the nasty comments.
I don't know if I would call it optimism so much as I just think that it's inevitably something's going to happen.
The pendulum's got to swing back, yeah.
I think when you talk about younger people and the issues that they face with regard to anxiety, there's no question from my standpoint that so much of it's related to social media, and your world becomes essentially this artificial world of the comments and the likes that you get on crap you post on social media, and how that can impact your day-to-day life if you don't have people to actually interact with.
Yeah.
And so I think that inevitably you will see some form of, it's going to have to be landmark. I don't think people are going to do it naturally, but a learned behavior that is toxic is somehow at this moment socially acceptable. To sit there and just treat people like garbage.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me. But whatever, it also doesn't necessarily, if you withdraw from it, it doesn't impact one's life. but I'm in awe of it. And what I think of people who are younger, which is why I do have respect for the fact that somehow you at 26 are kind of over it, relatively speaking, for other comparison to other 26-year-olds. But I think of somebody who's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think of their parents, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, and that's their lives, and they see that crap, and it affects them, and what it can, I feel like that part, because for me, it's whatever, but I think of that, and man, I can't imagine what that's like. That's got to be brutal.
Yeah. We were watching the movie The Cable Guy over the weekend, just randomly. I don't know why.
1990s with Jim Carrey. 96, outstanding movie. I used to have it memorized. My buddy Urker and I had it memorized. We would just go back and forth, kind of like people do with Caddyshack. Lines. Jim Carrey is just phenomenally weird. There's the role of he's had a million of them, but just the role was suited to him. But the premise there is that he's just addicted to TV, and everything he spewed out was TV, something he had consumed. And I said to my wife, this is now happening with TikTok and kids, because now instead of the kid just growing up staring at the TV, hey, your mother and I are going out, sit in front of the boob tube. Now kids are just sitting on their phones. Yeah, it's the same. It's just a different type of addiction. And I said that Cable Guy movie where the reference is now
it's prescient.
Yeah, I think it's 100% what's happening right now with the social media for kids just staring at their phones. That's what's almost raising them.
But see, staring at the phones to me isn't as dangerous as the comments, the passive-aggressive crap.
Right.
That to me, and by the way, maybe it is. Like I got some kind of degree of any
But I think
kind,
they're consuming that toxic stuff, even if the kids aren't contributing.
To impact you. That's the thing. And so, when I have no idea about Travis Hunter's relationship. I could not in the slightest care any less about it, but I am aware, as you said, it's a business model to talk about it.
Yep.
And it's a business model that is very viable. It's not like, oh, that's the show that talks about it. It actually becomes, oh, that's the show that doesn't talk about it. That's the person who won't do a podcast about it because that is the topic. And the media is catering because, the media doesn't cater it if there isn't an appetite for people to consume it.
100%.
So that's where the premise comes from. All right, Gabe DeArmond's going to join us here coming up. Mark Hanna is a wonderful sponsor of the program. He is online at evergreenstl.com, 314-889-0503. I have gotten to know Mark since he started sponsoring my podcast, and I think the world of him, and I can't say that enough. And I also want to communicate this, especially to younger listeners of the show, the importance of getting a financial advisor. I cannot recommend getting a financial advisor enough, just in general, to put you on the right track, and then you see how much it impacts you as you go on to have started saving early. And saving doesn't mean like, oh, you can't enjoy day to day. You just have some semblance of a budget, and you get into the habit of doing it, and then the impact of compound interest. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Call him. You'll feel better about the world and your situation. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Evergreenstl.com, or call 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. TMA, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is 101 ESPN.
If you're buying a car, the Auto Loan Pro will help you get that car as well as getting your credit back on track. You can do it by going to their website, autoloanpro.com. There's a free playbook. You can download that playbook. You go on the website, you'll see Robert Thomas there. You've seen the commercials with Robert Thomas, and the Auto Loan Pro is going to sell you a car, but also help you understand how credit works. So some good people out there in bad circumstances still looking for a car. Auto Loan Pro AutoLoanPro.com will explain the entire process to you. You're making a large purchase. Gets a little complicated, especially if you had a hiccup along the way. Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get back on track. They work with over 50 lenders to help you get the very best financing available. Financing a car, one thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. AutoLoanPro.com. Make sure you go online, download that free playbook so you're going to learn along the way while also getting a great car. Educate yourself on how to get the car, but also to fix your credit. All of that. One spot, AutoLoanPro.com. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can also stream it via the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. And in studio with us right now, James Carlton, who presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Morning, James.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing? I thought I was brave going to the Chiefs game a few weeks ago by myself. How about KG driving to Columbus? I saw that picture on Facebook. I'm like, holy smokes, how did he end up there?
Yeah, just kind of a spur moment decision. Single, no kids, didn't have my dog this weekend, so I had the ability to just pack up and go.
Love it.
James, if you said to your wife, I'm just going to run up to Columbus for the day. I'm just going to go to the shoe. I'll be back about 5:30 tomorrow.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness. The Colonel joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
Colonel Bo Prabula, it's a story that you have been covering intensely here with regard to the Missouri quarterback situation. What can you tell fans about what has transpired with Missouri now having their quarterback for next season?
Yeah, brought him in on a visit, I want to say last Wednesday. I don't know, every day's kind of the same. But he went... after he visited Missouri, he took a visit to Iowa, took a visit to UCF, took a visit to Ole Miss. Missouri actually got Fernando Mendoza, the Cal transfer, in on campus on Saturday for a visit, and was kind of talking to both those guys, and then really just came down to a situation, I think, yesterday where Missouri knew, like, hey, we like both these guys. We need to get one of these two guys. Prabula was ready to end it, and I don't think Mendoza was. So Missouri grabs Bo Prabula from Penn State. I was told Ole Miss made another run yesterday. Was told One of the teams actually still playing in the college football playoff was kind of coming in on Prbula in the last few days, but Missouri went ahead and shut it down, locked him up, and they've got their presumed starter for 2025. Obviously, a lot of things to play out, but you would definitely anticipate that he goes in as the expected number one guy.
Here is a little preview of Sunday, December 22nd on PowerMizzou.com. As a fan, you wake up just to see the game coverage of the bragging rights game. Of course, that's there. And then you have a little tease from Gabe that we might have some clarity about the quarterback situation, so I'm intrigued. Then later in the afternoon, he breaks a story that Mendoza is actually on campus, which we had no idea about, and I was giddy about that. And then around 6 o'clock, breaking news that Bo Prbula has committed to the University of Missouri. This all transpired over 12 minutes. Meanwhile, there was a great game in St. Louis. How is it as the publisher for Power Mizzou? Because I know how it is as a fan. It was a wild ride yesterday.
I appreciate that it got done before Christmas Eve. That was my goal. Just have a quarterback before Christmas Eve. Give us a couple days. Look, things might still happen. I mean, some of these kids think it's real fun to commit on Christmas Day. Good for them. We may or may not cover that. But I'm just glad it's done. Yesterday was, the month of December, and I just wrote something a little bit this morning in 10 Thoughts and was just responding to somebody. I mean, what people in and around college football do in December, it just doesn't make any sense. There has to be some way to move something somewhere else, right? I don't care what you move. I don't care if you move signing day or get rid of whole games or, move the transfer window, whatever you want to do. But we just take 12 months of stuff and put it all into the same 3 weeks. And it's, if you talk to anybody that is involved in whether it's media, coaches, and people say, well, the coaches make $10 million. They do. Nobody's crying for Eli Drinkwitz, but nobody thinks about all the recruiting staffers and all the people who have to put in all their times on visits and stuff. And these people aren't making seven figures, and what they have to do in the month of December. So it just seems like there should be a better way, but for now, I don't know. This is the way we do it.
Gabe, do you think they have to promise a guy like this, hey, you're the starter, or they say you're most likely? Because you still got Drew Pine, Sam Horn, you got the Zollers kid coming in. How do you think they message it to the recruit like Prbula, but also to the guys who are still in play?
I think people make too much of, promise or guaranteeing a job. All recruiting is just telling a kid what it takes to get him on campus. I don't care if they guaranteed him the job. But once you show up, once you're in spring football, it's just the best guy. It doesn't matter who makes the most money or who was told what during recruiting. The guy who's best during practice is going to be the starter. So if they had to tell somebody, hey, you're guaranteed to start to get him here, cool. And then if he comes in and Sam Horn beats him out and he doesn't start, what's he going to do? Leave, I guess, but cool. He wasn't your starting quarterback anyway. So I just think too much is made of that. And people, we've had a lot of people, because Drinkwitz said, last week in a press conference, hey, we're not going to guarantee anything. We'll take a quarterback if we think we need him. Well, first of all, the way a coach is lying at a press conference is if he's talking. They just, they say what they need to say, but it's not always true. We always knew Missouri was taking a quarterback in the transfer portal. They need more competition. And, hey, we'll start spring football, and Eli Drinkwitz will tell us every job here is up for grabs. And to some extent, that's true. If Pine or Horn or Tommy Locke or whoever goes out and is the best quarterback, then he'll be the number one guy going into fall camp. But you would certainly expect that Bo Prbula is there. He goes into spring football as the odds-on favorite to be the starter, and I would be surprised if he's not the starter.
Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday here on 101 ESPN. Colonel, what did you think of yesterday's bragging rights game?
I thought it was a game that reminded me of why we all liked that series so much. Going back to the late 80s and early 90s games with Norm, and then some of the non-popcorn games with Quinn Snyder that were really competitive. And I felt like I was watching a March basketball game between two teams that are good enough to play in March. Missouri jumps out early, Illinois comes back, takes the lead. Missouri makes a run. Illinois gets up 10 with 6.5 minutes left, and you're kind of thinking, hey, good effort, but that's probably all they got. Then 11-0 run. Missouri takes the lead. Illinois comes right back. I mean, I just thought it was two really good teams playing not perfect basketball, but certainly entertaining basketball. And, Illinois made one more play in the last couple minutes than Missouri did.
Yeah, even in the loss, huge step forward for Mizzou. I said it earlier. I thought the Kansas win, as fun as it was, I thought there was a chance they could have a little bit of a fluke element. But when you play Illinois, who we all, I think, believe is a tournament team, and you're right there with them, I think our expectations for Mizzou right now after this non-conference, I think it's changed dramatically. What were they picked 13th preseason in the SEC? And I think now Mizzou fans are saying, okay, this team's way better than we thought.
It's definitely better than I thought. I learned more about Missouri yesterday than I have in almost any other non-conference game. I mean, I feel better about their chances to be a tournament team after yesterday than I did before yesterday. And the other thing I think that's worth noting is, Caleb Grill was their best player for a little while. He didn't even play. Ant Robinson has been their best player during the season, and he played himself out of the game. I mean, he gave him almost nothing yesterday. So you went toe-to-toe with, I think, a pretty good team getting virtually nothing from two guys that you could argue are your two best players.
Looking back over your, 22, 23 years covering Mizzou, do they have, just about the right makeup at the head coaching position for both basketball and football for this landscape right now? I'm trying to think, if it was Norm and Pinkel on the back nine of their career, they wouldn't stand a chance. I love the youth and energy that both Dennis and Eli are bringing to these programs in these uncharted waters. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you feel pretty good about it. I mean, I think Drinkwitz has definitely found his stride. And the thing with Gates is, if you look back now at last year, he said a lot of things that we all felt like at the time were excuses. Well, John Tonje's lighting it up at Michigan. Trent Pierce actually looks like a pretty good player, and Caleb Grill was before he was hurt. Like, maybe some of those things had some merit, right? My favorite moment of the game yesterday is when Dennis just goes out on the court in the middle of play and stands directly in front of the official. Like, he knew he was getting attacked. And then Charlton Young comes off the bench trying to get Dennis back, and I thought maybe Dennis was going to fight CY. I mean, he was vocal. Like,
second
get out of here. I'm the head coach. I'm doing this thing right now.
Yeah. Get second tech if that assistant's out there, too. You could really get bang on that.
I think it's true with a lot of these college teams. You don't quite know what you have. They did have returning guys that you were familiar with, but there's so many new faces. I think it's almost impossible to do a preseason prediction, until they play for a while. So maybe this Mizzou team with this current group, it's a little bit of them kind of coming together now. And Brad Underwood, maybe it's coach speak too. He said, hey, that's a tournament team over there. And I guess you've got options on any given night. Tamar Bates might be the best player on the floor. On another night, it might be Mark Mitchell. I do think they've got a lot of different scoring options.
Yeah, and I thought yesterday it was Tony Perkins, who we hadn't really seen that out of. I mean, I think they've had 8 different guys lead them in scoring, and so on a night where Robinson doesn't have it, you can turn somewhere else. There'll be a night Mitchell doesn't have it. You can turn to somebody else. Josh Gray didn't do anything yesterday, but he's been, I think, their most valuable player in a couple games. So I say this every year, but we really struggle making the transition from football to basketball, right? Where every game in football is just this referendum, and we've got to make all these sweeping judgments. Where basketball, look, Dennis Gates uses these first 13 games to figure out what he's got and how to use them. And so while we may not understand, hey, why is this guy playing now and why is that guy not playing? Well, he's figuring out over those first 10, 12 games, what do I have and who can I use here? I mean, yesterday, I'll be honest, Jacob Cruz comes in the game for the first time with, 12 minutes left, something like that. And I'm thinking, I don't get it. And he looked pretty bad for a couple of trips down the court. He missed his first 2 shots, and I didn't understand it. And Jacob Cruz made 2 or 3 huge plays down the stretch. So it's just I think at some point you got to trust the guy in charge that sees these guys every day to know what he has. It doesn't mean it's going to work every time, but I honestly thought Gates coached a hell of a game yesterday.
Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Colonel, I hope you get some well-deserved time off over the next few days. Great coverage here with the portal and college basketball, and hopefully you get to take a little time off with the family. We always enjoy talking it over, brother. Season's greetings to you and yours.
Same to you. Talk to you guys next week.
All right, there he is. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here, brought to you by this gentleman, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. How to become your insurance agent as well. And when you make the switch, they do all the paperwork for you at James Carlton's office in Webster Groves, 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, presenting Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Were you in the fetal position yesterday when Cruz's ball didn't go?
No, I was at my in-laws' house, so I kind of had to hold it together a little bit.
Were you screaming no when Mark Mitchell with 13 seconds left fires up against Heston?
I was a little surprised.
He's got this weird-looking jump. I mean, he's a really good player, right? Mid-game range is great. But I thought the look they had with, what's his name? The guy that shot it with the 3 seconds left, I thought it was a perfect look.
Cruz.
Yep. Yeah, with Cruz. Yep. I thought that was a great look.
Mark Mitchell was awesome. He gets to the basket and draws fouls, unlike any player I've seen on Mizzou in a long time. But the last thing he should be ever doing is shooting a three that could give you the lead. Like, that's just not a shot.
If he doesn't make that three against Kansas, he's never shooting that one.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
you're probably right.
It's like the three against Kansas was awesome, but it's like when you double down on 10 and blackjack and the dealer showing the face card. Like, you're
dancing with the devil, Jackie Papers.
You got paid. Understand when it's time to hit the cashier and check cash out. Don't try to double down again.
That's exactly right.
That was just not. That was such a bad shot. And then Cruz missing a good look there sucks, but. You're never there if Mark Mitchell. He played great yesterday, so I can't be too upset.
James, you got to pick a team of the 8 remaining who's going to win the college football playoff.
Wow, Ohio State. I mean, you saw it firsthand, KG. They look pretty darn good, right? My goodness.
Will Howard was just dropping balls and buckets wherever he wanted. The defense looked good.
But Jeremiah Smith doesn't play.
They need a reseed. We could have this again. We could have this again on New Year's Eve, right? Where we have 2-3 touchdown wins.
Yes, theoretically, sure.
Right, and so I think they need to reseed. There's so many takes. I know you don't live on Twitter, but there were so many takes about blowing it up already. This would never happen with the 4-team CFP.
But then those takes, I assume, got blown up when Tennessee got blown up?
Well, no, they got blown up because the 4-team, there was like 17 games in the last 10 years that had 2 touchdown wins by the favorite.
Yes.
So we've seen so many on those 1 versus 4 seeds that were blowouts. So the NFL wild card last year, I think half the games over 17 points were decided the game. So I wasn't thrilled. I was so excited for this weekend.
Same here.
So underwhelmed by what we saw. But I don't think we need to blow it up. I think maybe you reseed after the first round and maybe you take a look at the automatic bids. I still think 12 is the right number. What do you think?
I think they will increase the number to either 14 or 16. I hope that they don't give it to, there's going to be 5 SEC teams no matter what and 3 Big Ten teams no matter. I hope that they don't do that. Gabe seems to think that might be the direction that they go.
Wow.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
The reseeding thing, I agree. I just think no matter what is done, you're going to have this in a system in which the winner is not determined on the field, ice, or court. As long as you leave it to subjective measures, you're never going to have a situation where you go, no, those are the right teams. It's just not going to work.
So what's the solution when you have different conferences like this?
What I'm saying is there is not.
Yeah.
There is not. But at the same time, I think one of the reasons why it's so popular is because of the fact that it is subjective. It is a beauty contest. Because I don't think, I'm not nearly as invested in the NFL. It's not like Missouri was playing this weekend, so it's not like I had to be invested one way or the other. I'm not nearly as invested in the NFL because I do enjoy seeing new teams getting an opportunity or seeing if teams are as dominant as I thought they were, being able to carry it over to the postseason. So I love college football, and I'm just at the point where I accept the fact that you're going to have biases that are inherent based on what teams' brands are.
Sure.
Both for teams, such as Alabama, and against teams, such as Indiana and SMU. And that's the thing, is Missouri fans, and I would imagine this would apply to Illinois fans as well. I don't know if Illinois fans feel the same way, that we are part of the new money class. Mm-hmm. Missouri would not have gotten in. I don't even believe it would have been close, but God, you would have heard a lot about it if they went 10-2. It wouldn't have been close, and all hell would have been breaking loose with Missouri fans on that. Wouldn't have been close. You know why? They would have brought up what happened at A&M. They would have happened at Alabama. And I think that is absolutely well-founded. But I think what you could see going forward which is totally counter to the way it used to be, is emphasis placed on caliber of wins versus winning percentage. That's what I think. And I think had Tennessee had a better showing, I think that would have been an established precedent that fairly or unfairly would have come out of the weekend. But because Tennessee got blown out, those who were, I would imagine, were very active about that topic probably had to go and go hiding on Saturday night or Sunday morning.
Like college basketball's quad 1, quad 2. So Tennessee would have had, what, 2 or 3 quad 1 wins. I mean, they had legitimate wins over, Alabama, and then who was their other really big win? I forget now. I think
Jackson, you were on Tennessee to win the national championship?
No, I
was not Georgia?
They didn't beat Georgia. No, they lost at Athens. But nonetheless, I mean, they had, I think, 2 really good wins throughout the season, and then Indiana had, 0, right? Would you consider Michigan a good win? I don't think I would.
I would not.
And so if Indiana was playing Mizzou's soft SEC schedule, does Indiana only have 1 loss? Probably not. I mean, the one big team they played in the regular season, they got blown off. And Mizzou had, 3 real teams they played, and they got blown out in 2 of the 3. So
you can. But the issue is you can poke a hole in any of the other teams. So I mean, Alabama got blown out by Oklahoma,
which is unbelievable.
South Carolina, which I think of the teams right now. Again, this is all think, so it's so subjective. South Carolina, I think of the teams that were in the question mark category was the best team. I think. Again, doesn't matter.
Look at their last 6 weeks. You have a lot of data to back that up.
But if you're going to put them in, then you go, okay, well, they lost to Alabama and Ole Miss.
Yes.
And then you go, okay, well, then we put Ole Miss in. Well, they lost to Kentucky at home.
Right.
So then, Miami. Who did Miami beat? Miami's got no defense. Miami had a chance to clinch their spot. They lose to Syracuse. Syracuse, what's the deal with Syracuse? Well, actually, Syracuse is a pretty good team this year, but they're not a brand, so it doesn't strike as big of a chord. So that's what I'm saying. You can take any team you want, and minus the undefeated one, and minus the teams that won their championships, you can poke a hole in them, which again, I think is what makes it so fun, but also so torturesome. James, always enjoy the conversation with you. Season's greetings to you and yours. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
See you guys.
That's James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team, longtime sponsor of TMA, online at designairservice.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug Vaughn is a client as well. Sponsor of the email of the day here on the program as well. It's cold, and if you run into any issues with your heating system, go to designairservice.com, and Seth's team will come out and take great care of you like they've been taking care of us for years. Seth is 4th generation of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and he prides himself on the tradition that his great-grandfather started, his grandfather continued, his father continued, and that is no upselling. We fix it, and that's it. That's how we build our business. Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Charlie Marlo going to join us on the other side of the break. A friend of the show, that's next. TMA 101 ESPN. What do we get going on here?
Charlie XCX.
You like Charlie XCX?
Not aware.
I was thinking of a theme song for Chuck, and I couldn't think of anything. And I thought, well, I like Charlie XCX.
Okay. Let's play some Charlie Parker.
Bird?
Charlie Sexton.
Wasn't that Charlie
Brown? Yeah.
Bird Parker?
No, yeah.
You watch Whiplash.
Yeah.
Great film. Joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, friend of the program, big Buckeyes guy, Chuckles Marlo. Morning, Charlie.
What's up, guys? What about Charlie Daniels Band?
Nice.
Oh, that's all brand for you.
Jackson just gave me a look that conveyed I have no idea who that is. That's my read. That's the read.
Coach for Tennessee or something?
Oh, boy. It's not going to play well in the text inbox, I can assure you that.
Doesn't that sound like a coach for Tennessee, Charlie?
Well, I mean, I know of him, so it's tough for me to go back to that place of ignorance where you reside.
Well, now I'm trying to picture Charlie Daniels on the sideline. Big old beard, cowboy hat.
The devil went down to Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Chuckles, Jackson was saying that he was in the fetal position yesterday afternoon when Missouri lost to Illinois. Is that where you are emotionally when Ohio State is playing
Only recently versus Michigan. So I think, look, I know I'm annoying on X, Twitter during Ohio State games, but I only do this about 5 or 6 times a year, and I'll shoot out about 30 tweets, and then I'll hibernate until New Year's Day and do it again. But look, it was a great day. It was a great day, great night to be a Buckeye. However, let's be real. I also for good games. That was a crap game. The whole weekend, crap game. So am I happy the Buckeyes won? Yes. But that was a pretty awful week of football and one I was really looking forward to. So it was a pretty big letdown. And I know that's a big topic of conversation around it.
Where are you with Ryan Day? Because after the Michigan game, I think the lunatic fringe, I believe Kirk Herbstreit refers to them as.
Oh, yeah, Herbie. Yeah, he's real unbiased.
Well, do you think he's biased because he's friends with Day?
I think it's the opposite. I think he's collecting those SEC, ESPN checks. And I also think he brings his dogs on the field every game and all that, and it's all about him. But I think it's one of those things where...
Hold on, did you just go after him for bringing the dogs out? Is that what that was? You cut out a little bit, and I couldn't hear. You're talking about Herbstreit bringing his dogs on the field?
Every game for like years and years and years. Anyway, I think Kirby, being a Buckeye alum, I think he goes out of his way to not show favoritism for the Buckeyes.
I think what happened, tell me which, because you as an Ohio State guy would have a better read on this. My read is, with as passionate and as tribal as people are regarding their schools, and then everybody's pointing fingers, oh, you're biased, and so on and so forth. He heard that from Ohio State critics. Then he did exactly what you're talking about, which is overcorrected. Then the Ohio State fans started hating him to the point that I think, Charlie, that he moved from Columbus to Nashville. And now his son, who's a high school football player, has committed to go to Michigan. So he's done like a full 180. What do you think? Do you think that's what's going on there? Because I know a lot of Ohio State fans are super pissed off about what was kind of going on at the tail end of the broadcast on Saturday night, where he was talking about that lunatic fringe of the Ohio State fan base.
Yeah, and by the way, just so everybody knows, I'm always kind of half kidding with everything that I say. However, what I want is consistency, and what I thought was really funny, and the reason I think it's great Ohio State won in the way they did. Not just because I'm a Buckeye fan, but it destroyed a lot of these narratives around wanting all these 9-3 SEC teams in when your 10-2 team gets absolutely boat raced. And there's so much, it's like politics now. There's so much partisanship in college football, and it's SEC and ESPN and Fox and the Big Ten, and they're linked. But all I want is consistency. So, like, when Herbie says Indiana was outclassed, he did not have that same language for Tennessee. Same with Paul Feinbaum. Same with Lane Kiffin, who all went into just silent mode the second that Tennessee started getting smoked in that first quarter, which, by the way, I love because it's just fun. That's what I like about college football. The hypocrisy is fun. The tweets are fun. The memes are fun. I live for that. It's great.
But what do you need from Ryan Day to be satisfied if you're a Buckeye fan? Does he have to win a championship if he gets to the game? If they lose their next game, is it back to the same old, this guy's got to go?
Well, I'm actually pretty reasonable. And I think, look, 2 years ago, Michigan game, Ryan Day coached a horrible game 2 years ago. And everybody's like, why are you so conservative? Why is the play calling so unimaginative? Then they came right back, played a great game, almost beat Georgia, had Georgia beat the whole game. They had a field goal shot of, 50 yards to win it. If Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't knocked out, they probably win that game. They win the national championship. That was a great Georgia team that beat TCU 65-7. Ohio State fans, it's also about how you lose. The way they lost to Michigan this year was cowardly. And I think the reason people were so mad is when you watched Ohio State, I'm talking about offensively, by the way. The Ohio State defense is great. They played great against Michigan. They played great the other day. But when you saw what Ohio State is capable of versus a Tennessee team that is way better than Michigan, everybody on earth is like, what were you doing versus Michigan? How is this possible? They should have beat Michigan by 40 points, and they played scared. They coached scared. So it's about how you play. If Ohio State goes and plays Oregon, and they lose in the same fashion they did earlier this year, which, by the way, nobody really complained about except for that kind of wonky last play with the clock winding down. Oregon's really good. Oregon is the best team in college football this year. They have deserved it. By the way, the committee did them no favors, giving them Ohio State in the quarterfinal. If Ohio State plays well, they lose a close game, I truly believe the majority of the fan base will be okay with that. I'm serious. I know people will want to get rid of Ryan Day if he loses to Michigan next year, but it's also about how you lose. Leave it out on the field, go for it, and if you lose to a really good Oregon team, the majority of the fan base will be fine with that.
And how about the fact Herbstreit went after first take? We didn't even really mention that.
He did go first
He's talking about the lunatic fringe, which I think there's a lunatic fringe with every fan base. It's more pronounced when they're a bigger program like Ohio State.
Jackson calls it Tiger Nationalists.
Tiger Nationalists, there's some of that with the Mizzou folks. But he also worked in first take. He goes, yeah, what are they going to talk about now? Like, going after the mothership as well. Chuck, did you then do a YouTube about the Cardinals on the night of the Buckeye win? Because you said that's what people want to hear?
Well, hold on. Let me just – I did a college football live stream while I was drinking a few beers, by the way, just so everybody knows. But I was showing people I was drinking while I was doing it. I only had like 3 or 4. But that's a Cardinals – it's a Cardinals channel. So nobody really wants to hear me talk about Ohio State. But I was checking Google Trends, and Ohio State was the #1 trending topic in the United States. So I was kind of hoping I would ride that wave to a bunch of viewers, which I didn't get. So I did Coronado and Goldie. I want to say one thing, though. I know I'm being hard on Herbie, but he has also kind of annoyed me lately. And again, this is all in fun, but did you guys watch the selection show a couple weeks ago when Booger McFarland made that? I thought it was like a harmless, fun comment about brands and Alabama. And Herbstreit comes out with this holier-than-thou, Booger, taking a cheap shot from the internet on X. Like, did you guys see that?
No, I actually didn't, and this piques my curiosity. So what was his premise?
Oh, I think, I was afraid you guys didn't see it. So now you have to see it. But, they started the show, and Booger said something about, is it going to be about brands or is it going to be about what you did on the field? And he was talking about Alabama, because at the time the argument was basically Alabama versus SMU, which is funny, because now everybody's crapping on Indiana. Nobody really did that before, although we all knew they didn't have any great wins. But you guys have to go watch it to understand what I'm saying. But I was like, come on, dude, this is college football. It's fun. In the same way, look, I know that Shane Gillis is a comedian, but let's have some fun. Shane Gillis with Alabama Jones the other day, that was hilarious. This is what college football is about. It's about talking crap. You can have a little partisanship with your team and your conference, but let's not get so serious and be holier than thou about it.
So here's that takes me back to my thing that I suggested to you, what I think has happened with Kirk Herbstreit. He obviously played the game at Ohio State. He's a young guy, gets that job, part of this show that's now become a fabric of American sports and College game day. And I think his love for the game and the innocence and kind of the BS and busting balls you're talking about, with whether it be Big Ten against SEC or, college football rivalries, I think it's been ruined for him and colored for him because he has been on the receiving end of so much hatred, to the extent that, again, he moved not from just Columbus to Nashville, but then he's got his son going to Michigan. I think he's got some PTSD of some capacity from this. And I don't know all of the stuff that he's experienced, but I think therefore I think he's an exposed nerve that can't enjoy kind of the nonsense and the double standards that you're talking about here with college football fans talking either about their school or the conferences. That's what I think is going on with Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah, and I get that, and I am having fun with this. I know I have fun on the internet, and some people think I'm being serious when I'm not, which is also part of the fun. And I get that. People take it way too far. I don't. I'm sure Kirk Herbstreit has had some bad experience with probably lunatic fans at Whole Foods and whatnot. And yeah, he has the kid that's going to Michigan. He also has a kid at Ohio State. I don't know if they transferred. I thought he had kids at Clemson a couple years ago. But like I said, I'm poking some fun at Kirk Herbstreit. But to me, it's more about, look, when I hate on the SEC, I do this from a place of respect. I do this from a place of, as a Buckeye fan, getting trounced by them in 06 Florida, right? 07 LSU, 20 Alabama. Ohio State never beats the SEC. So when they do, you need to enjoy it because it might be another 5 years before it happens again. So when they win, and they win big, of course, go on X and have some fun. But 2-3 years from now, they're going to be on the other end of a beatdown from LSU or Georgia or Bama or somebody.
Will all of your kids be getting NASCAR-themed gifts this year? Is that kind of how it works under the tree?
Hey, guys, stay well.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if they can hear me, but we did a lot of assembly last night of things. I mean, I'm talking 2 hours of assembling some of these toys and all that. But no, my kids will be very happy. They all got Kenny Wallace and Ken Schrader signed glossies this year.
Oh, wow. I just picture your Christmas tree now having ornaments like, well, kids, that was Cale Yarborough. He was one of the greats in the '70s. Over here, we've got a Terry Labonte. Like, I've got you so knee-deep in NASCAR. I know you love it. It's your brand now. I just want to, maybe I'll just stop by to see the tree.
Sure. I don't know if it's my brand. By the way, Cale Yarborough just passed away in the last year. So
thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, and Terry Labonte had the great Kellogg's car, a famous paint team, as you know.
I was kidding. I was kidding, okay? Sorry.
So am I. You really think NASCAR is my brand? I mean, look, I like covering it. Do you really think I know that much about NASCAR? I've been following it the last 3 years. By the way, for everybody listening, do you really think I know that much about college football? I watch like 5 to 6 Ohio State big games per year. I don't watch any of the other games.
Why do you keep attacking your own credibility?
No, I'm being honest. I'm not an expert. It's just I love the hypocrisy of college football. That's why
I agree with you. I enjoy that. Yeah.
I love it. It's so fun. That's why, like, the fact that Lane Kiffin hasn't tweeted, the fact that Herbie doesn't say the same thing about Tennessee, the fact that Paul Feinbaum just does a 180. It's so great. It's great. It's so fun.
So here is one that I can give you a projection for that will be near and dear to your heart from last year. I mean, as a Missouri fan, I'm happy they won last year. But when I hear Missouri fans talk about beating Ohio State last year, I'm like, I mean, they didn't really beat Ohio State. I mean, if we're going to be honest about the conversation.
Well, they got shirts that say it.
I mean, that wasn't the Ohio State that was up in Ann Arbor fighting for their lives last year. Got to be honest about it. I'll take Missouri's performance against Georgia when they lost over the game against Ohio State. But whatever. I know people see things differently. So what I think, and if you could have, you can really get it going next Monday night. If Missouri were to lose to Iowa and there's no Luther Burden and whoever the hell else isn't playing, I have no idea. You know what you're going to hear from Missouri fans, and you can get it going if you want, Chuckles. You can get it going on the double standards and the hypocrisy of college football fans.
Well, that's what's funny. I had so many arguments with Mizzou fans last year. And by the way, I actually root for Mizzou to win. I truly do. And I really don't care about Ohio State games if they're not in the college football playoff. Although when it was local last year, I was on the radio. We had some fun with it. But I think most people get it now. And it's about the transfer portal, but it really started when, who was it? Was it McCaffrey and Fournette? When the opt-outs started happening.
Yeah.
It's just the truth, guys. You know this. If you're a big-time program and you're trying to win the national championship, your season essentially ends if you don't make the college football playoff. And even look at the Mizzou quarterback kid. The kid gets in the portal, and Penn State is still in the tournament.
Right.
And last year, and that's why I think, again, Tim, you mentioned hypocrisy. That's why I was putting out there next to some people like, okay, are you really saying that your Mizzou team is the same without Burden and some of these other guys that are in the portal? And by the way, after the fact, I'm actually happy Mizzou won. Because, look, and I mean this honestly, that game meant more to Mizzou than Ohio State. It did. So I'm not a person who hates against Mizzou. I do like kind of like in the Joe Strauss, Truman Down line of thinking. I like poking the bear a little bit. But this is kind of the last Mizzou team that I covered a lot of those guys in high school. So I was rooting for Mizzou. Now, if they played Ohio State last year in a college football playoff game, yes, obviously it would have mattered. This year, I was hoping Mizzou got to the college football playoff. But yes, I do like to poke fun a little bit. I wish Mizzou made the playoff. They didn't. But if we're really pretending like these non-college football playoff bowl games matter, they just don't. It's fun to watch and go to the bar. It's fun to gamble on, but that's about it.
No.
Truman down.
There he goes, right there. Joe Strauss. Chuckles, you in St. Louis over the holidays?
I am. We went to Ohio last weekend for a little bit. What's that?
It's like a long pause.
I was like, oh, crap, maybe this is like Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes, like he doesn't want people to know he's out of town, and I might have effed up,
Do you take pot?
Well, we might go somewhere. My wife is she's very big on the morning of Christmas morning, the kids coming down the stairs in their jammies at our house, right?
Sure.
With our Christmas tree.
Absolutely.
So we haven't planned anything, but we may do a little quick excursion within driving distance, but we're actually trying to figure that out. So maybe between Christmas...
Do you consider the Rose Bowl to be in driving distance? Is that what we're thinking?
No, you know what, though? I actually, Martin knows this. I know you probably have to go, but I finagled my way into the college football championship game when Zeke was there. I'm like, hey, Martin, we got to cover this. We got Zeke, it's a local guy. So I drove down to Texas. So every year that Ohio State gets in the playoff, I always register for a credential. Well, now I don't even have a freaking workplace. Right? At least I had 590. I put the Kenny Wallace YouTube channel, which has a big following. So, they can see, this guy's got 120,000 subscribers. So I did apply for a credential for just the national championship game in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, it's in Atlanta. Yeah, like the 21st, I think.
They denied me a couple years ago for one of them. I think they realized not that I was ever legit, but I'm really not legit. But at least I tried.
You should just put down like the Decatur Gazette Review Press, and then just see if it works.
Well, it's funny, and we can negotiate this live on air, Martin. I was thinking, what if Fox 2 could bring me back? You don't even have to pay me.
I think they'll like that.
Yeah, that's kind of where the industry's going.
Good start.
You got a shot. What else are we talking?
We share content a little bit. Like I help you with YouTube, you help me, but I at least have the Fox 2 brand for trying to get credentials. Not really to cover these games, just the big games I want to go to as a fan and pretend I'm covering them.
Okay. I like pretend coverage.
Yeah. How about that?
That's
I think
your
it's
brand.
a reasonable
That's
negotiation.
kind of your brand, pretend coverage.
I'm just being honest, though.
I like how you made Christmas morning. My wife's really into this thing where the kids come down there. Like, that's pretty much SOP, I think, standard operating. Our family gets really kind of wacky. We just let the kids come down and open presents. It's Christmas morning. I'm like, yeah, I think that's normal. Well, how about that Music City Bowl? Roll on down to Nashville.
Yeah, you can cover that one, too.
Truman up.
It was. A lot of people go south. They'll go to Florida, right? Great weather. But it's different. It's not your house on Christmas morning. That's what I meant.
Yes, no, I follow you on that, Chuckles. The people love having you on the people love having you on the program. So we'll be monitoring the Ohio State thing through your eyes over what could very well be the next few weeks. I mean, if you ask people right now who they had to take, you did a Gallup poll throughout the country. I bet your Buckeyes would have gone from being considered dead on arrival 3 nights ago to 2 days ago to being where they are now, which I think a lot consider to be the favorite. Charlie, people are thinking the Buckeyes might win the whole damn thing now, huh?
I would put money on the winner of Ohio State, Oregon, for sure. I'm not overlooking Oregon at all. And they
I know that.
deserve this. I feel bad for them.
Yeah.
Right. They should be in previous years. They should be in the championship game, and they have the toughest game of the 4, I think.
Yeah, they can go Oregon, Texas, and then whoever comes out of the bottom half of the bracket, which was clearly lighter the moment that thing came out, much less that pod with Tennessee, Ohio State, and Oregon. Chuckles, always enjoy having you on the program, man. Great to BS with you. Congratulate to the Buckeyes, and keep pointing out the hypocrisy on Twitter of college football. It's a wonderful task.
It is. Love it. Love you guys. And we can say Merry Christmas again.
We can say Merry Christmas again.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you and yours, Chuckles.
All right, see you, Chuck.
I think he had somewhere to go. He's
Merry Christmas.
filling out
I'm like, for real,
credential
forms. I asked just in passing because I know they'll travel, something because he's from Ohio, and I'm like, oh, maybe he didn't want me to, I don't know if they had problems like the Mahomes, Kelsey, Burrow.
I'll stand guard.
You'll be outside.
Yeah, I'll stand guard. I want refrigerator privileges, please.
It did seem like a notable pause, and I was thinking the same thing. Maybe he's surprising his wife with a big trip.
Oh.
And he didn't want to
That's when you lie. That's when you really throw him off the scent by saying,
you think Jackson's in the YouTube chat and she's going to now be...
Jackson's drop otter.
That's Charlie's wife, is Jackson's drop otter? Munganess is the sponsor of our upcoming 10 o'clock hour, longtime sponsor. Jackson and I are going to go QFTAing on the TMA YouTube channel. We got to act quick because there's a sound story at 12:30, Jackson. So how excited are you?
It's a hard out.
You know there's a hard out.
Yeah, rock hard out at that.
Yeah, how about that? Chairman Curry, you can sit in on this at QFT if you want. I don't want to give you extra work, by the way. You got other things to do. That's not fair. But since I know you're going to be here for sound stories.
He's got other things to do. The man drove to Columbus, Ohio, and turned around and came back.
I'm so intrigued by that. I get in here and I see Martin and Jackson in the break room before we do the show, and they're like, yeah, the KG, I can't believe he did that. And I'm like, what happened? And like drove to Columbus. I go, what was going on? I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, but I have to tell you, it's like Forrest Gump just going, I just wanted to run.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just wanted to go. Like the freedom. I am so envious of that freedom.
Yeah, I had a big week last week. Went to the Justin Timberlake concert by myself, and then 2 days later drove out to Columbus. If I'm waiting for people to say yes, I'm going to be waiting a long time, so I'm just going to do it.
Wow.
Slow clap.
That's right there. That was the most insightful thing I've heard today.
Yeah, good for you.
Oh, thanks.
Tied with Chuck saying we want to have our kids come down the stairs for Christmas morning.
My wife's really into this.
People hang their Christmas tree from the ceiling.
So anyway, QFTA, T McKernan at InsideSTL.com. That'll be up on the TMA YouTube channel right at around like 11:10. And then hard out 12:30 because there's a sound story coming up, so Jackson will be thrilled. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of the Tim McKernan Show podcast, longtime sponsor of TMA. And they got a secret number for our audience, 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029 for you to call or to text. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Send your emails in, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today in an hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I get it. You're in panic mode. Couple of days till Christmas. What to get, what to get. You've got the list with names on it. Few people on there still blank. How about the idea of giving them the gift of me time. It's a gift card from Massage Envy. Everybody loves a massage, especially this time of year, stressed out. You give them the gift card, and then they can decide whether it's a massage, a facial, or a stretch session. And now through December 31st, so a little over a week to go, you can buy $150 in gift cards, and with that, you get a free $40 promo card that you keep for yourself, or you could add it to someone else's gift. So you're going to save money, get a reward back to you with Me Time, the gift of a massage this holiday season. Remove the stress from yourself with that Christmas wish list and gift ideas. Well, remove the stress for them as well, because they can go in and get a massage. It's Massage Envy, where better begins. This offer good in location only. It's not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise location for details this holiday season. Give the gift of me time with Massage Envy.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pacers outlast the Kings last night, 122-95 is the final score. Benedict Mathurin, only 4 points, but a plus 27 in that plus-minus column. That matters. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after. This is 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, vacationing in the Hamptons, Jackson's parents' place. Great place, too. Jet skis that you take out in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, in late December. It's awesome. Don't fall in.
What did you say earlier? It's not the nicest place.
I mean, it's not the nicest, like, on the block.
Like Billy Joel's and
Right.
Howard Stern's.
Right. Well, they have more land. That's the thing. Like, the house sizes are pretty comparable. They just have more land, but there's more tree-lined areas at my parents' place. So even though there's not that much land, it's a little more private, which I personally like. So clam bake, Doug's doing the clam bake tomorrow. I would have done it Wednesday, but what you got to do?
I used to have Don Lemon on my radio show regularly, CNN guy.
Did you really?
Yeah.
What's that relationship?
Well,
he was a St. Louis reporter, wasn't he?
He was at Fox 2 for a little while.
Is that right? What years?
98-ish, 99, only a year or two.
Okay.
And he wanted to anchor, and the news director at the time said, I don't see you as an anchor. And he promptly got a job in Chicago, Philadelphia, New York. And I was like, well, maybe that was a miss.
That's say.
But when I got the news talk job, they said, do you have any contacts in the news world? All your friends are sports people. Who could you have on regularly? I said, boy, pretty limited list, maybe Rudy. I don't know. Like, who could I get to be on the show? And I said, I did work with Don Lemon. And the woman at the time in charge said, well, now who's that? And I said, well, he's on CNN. He was doing weekend shows. And I said, but he could comment on national stories. So Randy and I started having him on because we had worked together. And he was just kind of getting a little more known. And then during that election, he interviewed Trump a bunch of times. Before Trump hated him, they knew each other in New York somehow. So he got a ton of interviews, sit-downs when Trump was running for president the first time. Anyway, the long story short, one of the segments he was talking about, he bought a place in Long Island, out in the Hamptons.
Don Lemon did?
Yeah. And so, and then he said,
maybe I need to get back into TV.
And so he said on the show, oh, you should come out sometime, Martin, or whatever. And I said, yeah, I'd like to borrow it. I don't really want you there, but I'd like to borrow it. I was kidding, of course. And I got off the show, and my mom said, you blew it. You had a chance to go to the Hamptons with Don Lemon and hang out, and you blew it by being mean to him. And I said, well, wouldn't it be better if I could just have the place for the weekend? And so,
Stephen Boundbrook, what's up, Steve?
Yeah, there's Francesa. He's a Hamptons guy.
I bet he could afford a place in the Hamptons.
I think Hamptons. You're talking about like.
Well, and maybe I'm getting like Long Island.
There's Long Island.
Well, but
there's the Hamptons.
But what's the other thing that's out there? That's
Montauk.
Jackson was happy to jump.
Fire Island.
Chairman Curtin, you caught that. Fire Island.
Montauk or Fire Island.
I don't want to get too specific. But are they all palatial mansions? I mean, that's what
Southampton. I mean, yeah, you're going to be talking like where Seinfeld and Billy Joel and Bon Jovi live. Yeah, they live on massive, massive places right there on the water. But there's other places like Montauk in the Hamptons, which is not.
Yeah, I don't know specifically where it was.
Well, I vacationed there, all of those places.
Yeah, so Jackson can tell you if you have any questions. You can point out Don Lemon.
You look like you're ready for questions.
You are. I've never seen somebody say Montauk with so much enthusiasm.
Yeah, you want to go to Montauk? We could do a remote.
I wouldn't mind that.
That'd be fun.
Ricky Summers says, "Oh wow, a drop."
Oh, get lost.
Jackson's drop order says, drop number 3, huge show, Pills. You played more than 3 drops today.
Played like 10.
He's going to have to grow up.
Joe Buck. That was talking about my dad, too.
And then this one was from Friday.
Season 2024. Sitting this one out.
I like that drop a lot.
Said, this is where we're at. Joe was a drop fest on Friday.
He was having a big program.
Did you clip off like crazy there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he had a ton. Vitali, too.
Well, you boys had a good clip from him on the Cardinals. He got after it a little bit with the Cardinals on Friday.
What's a rip, man?
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That was on the TMA social media channels. By the way, we wound up raising close to $13,000. And I say we didn't do a damn thing. For Annie's Hope, the audience, the listeners did. $13,000. I mean, I saw Amy, Jay's longtime girlfriend from Annie's Hope at the TMA Toy Drive at Hot Shots in South County. Martin, you were there, of course, with Kim and Jackson and Chairman Kurt and Doug and myself, all there. And I said, I want to help. In my mind, I don't like to tell somebody how much I think we'll raise, because if we don't do it, I don't want to, it's like when we raised the money for Larry Nickel. And his mom said, I mean, if you guys could somehow raise $10,000, that would mean the world to us. And in my mind, I'm like, I think we can do that, but God, I don't know what's going to happen. And then the audience raised like $65,000 for the guy. I mean, it was just the greatest thing ever. It's such a tribute to the loyal listeners of this show for so many years. And then here you go with Annie's Hope, and in my mind, I'm like, God, maybe we can do 5,000. I don't know. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to then all of a sudden we raise 1,000, which is a nice amount of money, don't get me wrong, but then you feel like you didn't come through for somebody.
Right.
And then the audience goes and does 12, 13,000. Joe was texting me on Friday night, Martin, saying, hey, what's the link to that? I want to make sure I donate. Awesome. Just God bless. So tip of the cap on that. That was outstanding because that was kind of a spur of the moment.
Totally. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Yeah.
And it's a tip of the cap to the audience. All right, send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I would imagine a friend of the program and advertiser, Dr. Brandon Pryor, is daubers down a little bit. I know he is a big Tennessee Volunteer fan, and it just didn't get going. I guess maybe there at the tail end, you're thinking, okay, not the tail end of the game, that they might have had a little rally, but not to be, and that always sucks. It's not that they were even remotely close. I was so excited for the Missouri A&M game, and I'm like a half hour in, I'm like, oh boy, ain't going to happen. If you're all excited about your college football playoff appearance and your Tennessee, a little different mindset than at least SMU and Indiana, most likely. You're going, oh my God, we got blown off the field. This sucks. Dr. Brandon Pryor is with 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com, 636-585-0100. If you are interested in Invisalign, let them know that I sent you their way, and you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. If you're on the fence about Invisalign at 100 West Dental, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
December 29th. Yeah, a little less than a week. That's how long. The Wild Lights exhibit is running at the St. Louis Zoo. Great idea this time of year. You got family in town. They've got kids. They want something to do. Head to the St. Louis Zoo. You don't normally think of that in December, but they have the brilliant displays featuring 1 million twinkling lights, festive menus, zoo attractions, kids' activities, all going on with the Wild Lights at the St. Louis Zoo until December 29th. And you can support the St. Louis Zoo this holiday season, gifting a zoo membership with our friends at Together Credit Union. They're offering the exclusive zoo membership for members that sign up for the St. Louis Zoo debit card. All Together Credit Union members with that zoo debit card get a Sea Lion plush toy plus exclusive membership perks like parking, attraction tickets, zoo discounts, all of that when you sign up and get the St. Louis Zoo debit card available at Together Credit Union. Go to togethercu.org/zoo or stop by any of those 14 area locations. Happy holidays from your friends at Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Yep. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. I think we probably need to do a quick segment here. I don't like it, but I think that's probably what we need to do. Sometimes, Martin, you got to do what you got to do.
So true in life. Kids listening, and I know you are.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
I asked bringing my 2-year-old in here would probably be a little aggressive. But I said to my 7-year-old, I said, hey, you're off school. You want to come in and just see the show and see? No, I don't really want to.
Wow. That's the proper answer. Just stay far away from that business. And Timmy's sordid little outfit.
Timmy's sordid little outfit. Who wants that name?
Caesar will put that in the next column.
So, yeah, I thought my 7-year-old might be joining us for one of these days, but that is clearly not anything that he has on his itinerary. Hey, Doug is out today and tomorrow, for that matter, and he would like to tell you about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Doug Vaughn here for Design Air Heating and Cooling. Anytime you've got a problem with your furnace or your air conditioner for that matter, Design Air Heating and Cooling is the name to know. I am assuming most of you aren't using your air conditioner much right now unless you're having hot flashes. It's the furnace that's getting to work out right now, and if it should have a little hiccup and your home is not as warm and toasty as it needs to be, you need to get in touch with Seth Goldcamp and his great company at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Been around since 1904 now. They served more than 10,000 people in all that time. He's also the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the entire show. They will never try to upsell you. They will only give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with online convenience of scheduling now. The website again, designairservice.com. That's designairservice.com.
Well, there it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. A big moment because Chairman Kurt is running the board. Jackson wanted to increase his airtime, and so he said, Chairman Kurt, you learn the board. I'm going to sit in Doug Vaughn's seat while he's vacationing this week in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. And here we are.
God, KG still hasn't played a drop. Wow. Can you believe that?
Yeah, you could really win some equity in that YouTube chat by just firing drops, Chairman Kurt.
Do you think maybe just kill Jackson's mic several times during the segment?
Do what you got to do, baby. I have all the faith in the world in you.
Nice.
No, I feel good that we're on there. We're on the air. Our mics are on.
Yes, that's the first step one. But sometimes I can only teach so much, and sometimes you just gotta, it's like letting your kid ride that bike.
Yeah, I learned better hands-on anyway. I needed to get a couple reps in before Thursday.
Martin, are you aware that there are some people who train their children to swim by just throwing them into the pool?
That's how I learned.
Is that okay?
I think when I was a kid, that was my lesson.
All right.
And there was an old man with a giant bamboo stick. And you could grab this bamboo stick if you thought
the Maldives?
If you thought you were drowning. And I remember panic. I was probably 6 or 7, maybe.
I bet.
And you just and he moves the stick. He kind of looked like Kojak. That's what I remember. And he just kept moving it.
No,
I think that was a training method.
No, that's
God, I'm tired of this story.
Hey, look at this!
Wow! Not only a drop, but dead on.
Yeah.
Wow!
Great stuff.
What a moment! And Ricky Summers says, "Finally, we are KG."
Yeah.
How many pan coins you got, bitch?
And he's really gonna go.
Oh my God!
He came in
There
ready.
might be a coup d'etat going on here on the day before Christmas Eve 2024.
Welcome to the Drop Wars.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a heat check drop. Martin, it may surprise you that I grew up with a swimming pool in my backyard.
Clip that off, Chairman. Play that as a drop in the 10 o'clock hour, and you might have a full-time gig here before you know it.
But
I got to find somebody to run Sound Story now.
But we moved there when I was like 6 or 7, and so my swimming experience at that point had been with the water wings on, and at that my father was getting a little frustrated with my inability to really grab onto the swimming thing, and so he goes, all right, we're going to do one last lesson. He picks me up and just chucks me into the pool. And you know what I did? I learned how to swim that day.
Wow.
Hey, listen, that's like you're digging into your primal territory where it's like, do you want to survive? Then you're going to swim. And so that's why
Did we take Kurt's water wings off this segment? Is that what happened?
That's what's going on. He's clearly able to swim.
Yeah, threw him into the
They're
water.
going crazy in the YouTube chat. Let's effing go is what they're saying. That's from the Jackson's drop-off here.
And get money.
This is how it's done, the big leagues. That's from Don Peepy. Chairman Kurt has provided an efficient budget cut option. That's from Chester McNaughton.
Dollar store piddles over here.
You're doing great. What do you mean? You're doing outstanding, I'd say. Listen, it's tough sometimes because it can be a little overwhelming. And so I feel like if I'm here helping you through that first couple sessions of you doing it on your own, then come Thursday and Friday, you're going to feel a lot more confident.
And I think something else that makes me rest a little easier, I spend a pretty good portion of my life trying to impress Tim.
Mm-hmm. Clip that off.
And he's not going to be here on Thursday and Friday. So if I disappoint Martin and Doug, it's no big deal. I just don't want to disappoint Tim.
So on Thursday, Friday, he's just going to hammer the board.
At this point, I don't know if Doug has disappointment in his deck of cards. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think that
Doug Von Nirvana.
You have to care to be disappointed.
Yeah, it's like you'd have to really, have some sort of moral or emotional investment in it, and I don't think he does.
Droid Effects wants a real Sports Center update, too. Are you doing the Sports Center update?
You're going to do it Thursday and Friday if you want it. It's yours, big dog.
Maybe I'll do one tomorrow.
All right.
Do I have to follow your brand on my Sports Center updates?
Hey, it's your canvas. Paint whatever you want.
Okay.
Martin, I knew you'd enjoy that.
I didn't think you'd have a Benedict Mathurin plus minus update. But
I had never heard that name until that update.
Well, I figured he needed some pub.
And post-Christmas will be a lot of NBA chatter because it's Christmas Day.
No, the NFL's got to get fat. I mean, it's crazy.
You're down on the Christmas NFL schedule. We will have the Chiefs and Steelers on the program.
It's
really takey, but it is like
wow. You got to take. Don't apologize if you got to take.
You're in the chair. You're in the big chair.
Yeah.
Wednesday, like they own Monday. We know that. That's fine. They own Sunday. Obviously, that's their day. In December, they take Saturday. Sometimes they take Friday. Wednesday? Like, do we need like the Chiefs are playing again on Wednesday?
I could not care any less about the Kansas City Chiefs, and I'm on the record on my fascination on what has taken place inside of the St. Louis metropolitan area with the Chiefs. Doesn't impact my life in any capacity. I think Clark Hunt is brilliant for what he pulled off around here. With that said, if I were a Chiefs fan And if one of the key players to the Chiefs got injured on Wednesday, when they're in this run, I would be raging about it. Raging about it. Because I think you are putting players at risk by the schedule that the Chiefs have. And if that sounds takey, then God bless America. You can call me Dan Orlovsky, brother.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's too much, and to a point. I don't even care about like the NBA element because I'm sure people go there like, oh, it's not just the NBA's day. I don't care about that. It's that it's Wednesday. The Christmas is on Wednesday. They don't play on Wednesday. Sometimes they even practice until Tuesday after a Sunday game. I know the Chiefs played Saturday, but still, I mean, to play that quickly, especially with Patrick Mahomes already dealing with an injury.
Would you consider sitting him? I know they can clinch home field. They're in great shape.
Yeah, they are. But one loss, Bills have 3.
I would think Roger Goodell would have a big problem if they.
Wouldn't that be
Patrick
great
Mahomes.
if they just opted out as an homage to the NBA? Just have them load management, no Mahomes on Christmas Day. Well, they're at the Steelers too, so that's a rugged matchup. I would consider it if I were all the internal meetings, all the analytics. Wouldn't you say, hey, does it make sense to sit Mahomes coming off the ankle injury? He did played on Saturday. I think it's 3 games and. Is it 8 days or 11 days?
3 and 11.
3 and 11.
Something insane like that.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And I
don't even like Christmas.
Yeah, that's what Mad Dog said. I do like Christmas.
He was mad about the starting time. He said it was convenient for Pakistan.
Yeah, that was a weird
I don't know why people in Pakistan are worried.
Like 1 o'clock is like on Christmas. I don't know about you gentlemen, but
it's fine.
On Christmas Day, once you hit the afternoon, like you're kind of looking for something to engage your people. I don't know.
NFL is on Netflix Wednesday. So you could say to your family, if you're dating, let's say, and you don't have a family, but it's, honey, what do you say on Christmas? We watch some Netflix. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, the NFL's on Netflix.
And you're
kind of a little bait and switch right there.
Oh, Whittle Jackie is mad. The NBA's second fiddle. That's from the Sheik of Wideout.
No, see, because I already hit that already. You can't hit me with something if I am.
Jackson's already tended. He cut you off at the pass. Sheik
I'm
of
be a
Wideout.
rabbit.
Take your shirt off.
Thank you.
Dylan Holloway returns to the show.
I'll tell you.
We thought that was a turning point.
This Chairman Kurt.
Posting the number. He's posting the number.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. We are in our 10 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by McKernan, St. Louis Acura, McKernan, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Send your emails in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email that comes your way at about 10:45. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I mean, Chairman Kurt, this 10 o'clock hour, it's getting dedicated to you, I think.
I'd say.
Chairman Kurt running the board is like a AAA player getting called up to the majors and homering in his first at bat. That's from Marsh's burner.
I got big Bohart.
Oh, now he's at turn it on your mic.
Wow,
now he's at turn it on your mic.
Real.
Or Martin's. I had to hedge. I had to hedge a little bit. Keep everyone on their toes.
Wow.
Sorry, KG,
Sorry,
please
Kurt,
continue.
I'm sorry, Kurt, you were saying.
The timing's all off now. I'm just going to... I'm glad the first go-around went well.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you like...
How'd you feel? Do you feel comfortable back there?
Yeah, and there is something to the trying to be... I wasn't engaged in the conversation much, which is fine, but when he's trying to engage in conversation, pivot for drops, I see where the dilemma comes in.
I need that Brittany mic is what
Under
I need.
the tree this year.
I need that Brittany mic so I can always, I could even be in the bathroom talking it over like Stallone.
Jackson, Chairman Kurt, and I'll be doing QFT at youtube.com/TMASTL coming up at about 11:10. And we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up on this program. If you are looking for a great gift and like one that's not just, it's last minute, I didn't get anything, one that you will love, your family will love, and generations from now, people will love having, it's Sound Story online at mysoundstory.com. And for the holidays, we are giving you a 10% off discount code for a holiday gift card of TMA. The way that Sound Story started about 5 years ago, people, I was saying, I wanted some new guests on my podcast. Anybody got any ideas? People were like, I interview your dad. I said, I want to interview my dad. We'll both start crying. It'll be a mess. And then a listener emailed me and said, hey, don't do it for yourself or for your dad. Do it for your kids and their kids and your brother's kids. And I said, you know what? I get what you're saying. How great would it be if I could go out into my car right now and listen to a podcast interview with my grandparents, all of whom have passed. And so I said to the audience, hey, I would be happy to interview your parents or grandparents if you're interested. And that was how a business was accidentally born. And that, I would say about 700 interviews later now, was the beginning of Sound Story. And we welcome you to get a Sound Story gift card, making sure your mother or father or both, your grandmother, your grandfather's stories are saved forever. It's about an hour-long interview. And now we offer a video option as well. You can get the gift card at mysoundstory.com. The promo code is TMA. It gives you 10% off. And then your loved one can pick who they want to do the interview, can do it over Zoom, can do it in studio. Frank Cusimano's coming in to do one today, right, Chairman? That's who's coming in at 12:30, I guess. He's doing one,
Yep,
right?
Frank's coming in.
So there is a wide variety of choices of who can do the interview. It's mysoundstory.com. Promo code TMA. Jackson, I see you have a little week. There's both a weekend wrap up and airing of grievances, and I don't know which one you want to go with. I'm good with either.
I'd like to air a brief grievance.
Okay, what do we got? What's your problem?
So I really love going to a bar and grill, a pub of some sort.
This is so folksy.
A tavern, speakeasy, ale house. I like to go. A public house, whatever. I like to go and hang out and enjoy a game with my friends.
Okay. Is that what you did on Friday or Saturday?
I did Friday night.
What cocktail lounge?
I won't say. Well,
because this will be a grievance.
Because there's a grievance. And I won't do that to them because I do.
What area of our fair town?
South City-ish.
Okay.
And
going after my neighborhood, we're gonna have a problem. Just to let you know.
No, it's not your neighborhood. And my grievance is one that I didn't even think could happen. But when you have multiple TVs on a game, and one of the TVs is about 10 seconds behind another one, it makes that TV unviewable. Therefore, making that area of the bar and grill unsittable, because if you're watching a game that's 10 seconds behind another TV, people are reacting. And when I brought this, it wasn't even a grievance, just a question. I didn't think I got a reciprocated concern from the people.
From the barmaid?
So you called it to their attention, like, yeah, just deal with it, more or less.
More or less, that was kind of what I was given.
Did you tell them who you were?
Yeah, what about that? They recognized you and say, hey, I'm Piddles.
I didn't want to use that card. That's reserved for the very important moments. I didn't want to use that card.
You know who Tim McKernan is? Yeah, I work with him.
Could have gotten it, especially in that neighborhood.
I didn't want to use that card, but it is. I mean, there was one half of the bar and grill that no one was sitting at because the TV that was in view was 10 seconds behind, and you got people reacting. Like we tried it, and that first Indiana pick, people were going nuts, and we didn't get to see it till after. So it was a terrible setup. And then second, this one's less of a grievance because I get this might not be easy for a lot of places, but game audio of the game that everyone's in the bar watching is always better than random music played too loudly.
Now, somebody knows exactly what bar you were at and then took a picture with you?
I saw some listeners.
He was at, and then names the bar, and took a picture with my friend. Apparently, he said I wasn't capable of slide tackling him. I'd like to call in. Wow, okay, fine. 314-974-0101.
The guy said that he was buddies with a slide tackler. The guy's I didn't say he couldn't. I have no doubt that someone could.
Martin, you ever run into slide tackling?
No, that doesn't come up when you meet people. I got a friend who can slide tackle.
Well,
maybe producer Joe.
There's only a handful of surfaces where slide tackling is a good idea. Like on cement ground, I wouldn't do it. Maybe on linoleum or grass.
Linoleum. Did they have the Blues game on at the same time?
Yeah.
Because, all right, just checking.
Yeah. Those TVs were in sync.
Your phenomenon actually happens at Fox 2. The newsroom, which is connected to the sports office, for some reason, the TVs in there are all like direct feed, whatever. And in the sports office, we're on a delay. So if it's the World Series and it's on Fox, we're all waiting to go on, and there's a big at bat late in the game. We'll be watching in the sports office. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And you hear the newsroom go, ah! They start screaming, whatever a big moment would happen. And I have to finally go, and I just slam the door shut because we don't have any way around it.
I think there's a byproduct of people cutting the cord. Therefore, they're not all on cable. Like one TV might be on the streaming, like the ESPN stream, and the other one's on cable, and you might get a discrepancy there. And so I don't like to blame the restaurant. Like, I get it. That's hard. It honestly be better to pause one of the TVs and let it catch up, But people are busy. I don't want to crap on the service industry, not at all.
Somebody texting in, couldn't agree more. Jackson, I am a server, and then they name the bar. And quite often, one area of the bar spoils the next play for another area because of this problem.
Yeah, and I think a really big issue with that is the streaming versus the cable. Like if you have some TVs on cable and some on streaming, it's really good. That's going to be a problem.
So in the middle of the dinner rush, you asked a server to change a TV so you could air a grievance. You are the Karen. That's from Chester McNaughton in the YouTube chat.
This place does not serve food. This is a drinking-only establishment.
Viper Room?
Yeah, it was Viper Room. Yeah,
Pepper Lounge?
R.I.P. River.
Ladies and gentlemen, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Designer heating and cooling email today coming up in about 15 minutes. Chairman Kurt Jackson and I are going to be doing QFTA, the Tim McKernan Show podcast, coming up at about 11:10 on the YouTube channel. So partake in the fun and games, and anything goes as far as questions, topics, profanity, erotic stories. It's all there for you. And by the way, I went to post that we're going to be doing QFTA on the TMA fan page on Facebook, which you are welcome to join. And I saw somebody asking this question, and I haven't asked it on the air, but I'm legitimately curious. Martin, you might be the person to ask. Do you know when the sports wagering in Missouri is going to open up / start? Have you heard from an authority at like the 2 Fox?
I feel like nobody knows is part of the answer.
All right, there you go.
I feel like when we talked about it with the DeWitts or Chris Zimmermans of the world, it was always sort of unclear. I'm going to write that. I got to go on board, but I'm going to write this down. So it has to be within 12
months of the vote. So we know it will be by no later than November 4th of 25. But the question is, when?
Well, this region's pretty good at getting stuff done efficiently.
I agree with you.
So it'll probably be, October 31st, maybe? Right at the buzzer, right at the deadline. They'll file an extension to extend it. I will, you know what? I got to go on board, but I'm going to write down, find out when. Yeah. That's kind of an Andy Banker vehicle.
Yeah, I was about to say that probably would be an Andy Banker.
I was at the Nutcracker on Friday at UMSL. Yeah. Beautiful Two Hill Theater. Kim and I went to see a beautiful performance, the St. Louis Ballet. But my mind just sort of Larry David's all the time, wanders around.
Sure.
And one of the guys performing had an eye patch on, and I think it was part of the theme of that scene or whatever. He kind of looked like Andy Banker. So instead of really enjoying the theatrics,
you couldn't shake that.
I kept thinking, God, that really looks like Andy Banker with an eye patch. I'm like, wouldn't that be kind of weird if he did the news wearing an eye patch? And I just couldn't get my brain back. And all these great dancers and performers, it's beautiful costumes and scenery. Yes. Play a little Tchaikovsky if you would.
The eye patches, it draws your attention.
Yes.
Unlike any other, I guess, bandage or wrap or cast or anything like that, you know? Like,
call it with your favorite bandages or wraps.
like a sling, I would say, is up there.
Yeah,
a
Lexington
cane.
Steel's knee brace, all these
well,
things.
That's just hot.
Walrus King says December 2025 at the earliest, and then Chester McNaughton says January when the new legislature. So right back to back, we have one person saying December 2025.
If I can get it in the next half hour, I will text into the show.
All right, God bless. Hey, do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? Well, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference or more at theedfgroup.com. Martin is going to do some more onboarding. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Detroit Red Wings. You can catch that game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about 5 minutes. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. And Jackson has a question for us from the weekend, and I can't wait to hear what it is. I'm ready to go.
Does college football need a real commissioner? What are some things stopping the NCAA from making sweeping uniform decisions to take care of some of the obvious weak points in the college football landscape?
Money, because it is not an organization that wants to have equality, and therefore to have somebody come in and attempt to rule over conferences and schools that do not want to be treated equally is an impossible task. Thank you.
It's a good.
I will now yield the remaining 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Horton Watkins.
Sweet. I had another question that was more amped to ask anyways.
I thought you were going to give an answer.
No, we can't really. That was a good answer, so I could take it up, but I won't. What are some furniture or home decor trends from years gone by you'd like to see make a return?
Wow. I'm caught. I'm like Beltran and Wainwright at Shea Stadium in 2006, frozen by the breaking ball.
Like a conversation pit? You guys miss a conversation pit?
I don't even know what a conversation pit is.
It was like that sunken living room that would have like a circular couch thing.
A conversation pit.
Yeah, I think those could be wall-to-wall shag carpeting, Really fun to play on.
Sure, as a young tyke. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that could be fun. A lot more like in-home water features, like a koi pond inside.
Well, that's very Ledoux of you.
I have a buddy up in the north side of Chicago. His family's house has a koi pond inside.
North side of Chicago isn't exactly.
You pro bidet?
Clip that off.
Dubious. I'm dubious.
You're dubious of bidets?
I don't see how you get dry. I feel like you're walking around with a wet ass.
314-974-0101.
Don't you dry yourself off after you're just walking out wet?
When I use the bathroom, brother, there's no part of me that's getting wet.
I'm talking about with a bidet.
I've never used one.
Oh, you've never done it?
Right.
Well, you would just dry yourself off.
With a towel?
No.
Paper towel, like a toilet paper?
Yeah,
that won't do the job. That won't do the. You ever try to wipe something off with toilet paper?
I think some of the newer ones also have like a jet feature that kind of.
Now I'm blowing hot wind.
No,
I'm out.
Sorry. You got to try
it. You can't reinvent every wheel. I'll just say that. Like people have been taking care of business for a while now.
Europeans, and you believe Europeans are greater than Americans, right?
Western Europeans.
I can't believe that Americans don't have bidets all over our land, Jackson. So I'm surprised that you're dubious of bidets, considering you consider Europeans, Western Europeans, as you were so specific, to be superior to us.
My father just texted me that our bidet, and he said I was unaware that he procured a bidet, has a dryer.
So you and your father share a bidet, but you were not aware of it.
Apparently. And apparently has a dryer built into it, which is nice.
What the hell is this question? That's from Jackson's drop auditor.
A good one. People, instead of complaining, how about you give your answer? What do you miss? What do you wish more home decor featured? More recliners, lazy boys. It's all minimalistic now. I want big, hardy furniture. Stuff that's impossible to move out once you try to leave.
Here's the thing. As you get a little older, you're going to realize you don't want all that stuff because the next time you have to move it, you're going to wish you had less. I'm looking to minimize. I want less and less.
Yeah, that's fair. Like armoires? Do you have any armoires?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass, I'll tell you that much.
Jackson, would they still be Europeans if America didn't save them twice in world wars? It's from the 314.
You'll have to listen to my podcast on contextualizing the world history. We're on episode 622, and we just got into...
I didn't know you were the Dan Carlin of Hubbard.
And we just got into Ivan the Terrible, so you'll have to wait probably another 2 or 3 years for us to get to World War II. But once we do, we're going to cover it. Yeah, I've started from the beginning, Mesopotamia, and now we're at Ivan the Terrible.
I miss when this show played drops.
Yeah, I bet. You're not getting any more of them with that kind of attitude. It's Christmas, man.
They make bidet toilet seats. They have a dryer in them. We have one. Hubs loves it. I won't use it. TP works just fine. Sharon and Clayton.
Ooh, that reminded me, like furniture. one, you remember like a covered toilet seat, like a cushioned one, gross, and then also completely black toilets. Like I was watching American Psycho the other day.
Oh, that's like Scarface era.
Yeah, and Christian Bale but that movie came out in 2000. He's like using the bathroom and it's a black toilet. Awful.
But I think it's supposed to like pay tribute to like the
80s.
excessive nature of the early 80s in particular in the Scarface era.
Totally. It's just, it creeps me out.
Finance bros doing lots of horse, just like Tony Montana.
Yeah, full circle, I'd say.
Design Air sponsor the email today. It's coming up. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. And that's Seth Goldcamp, and he's a wonderful gentleman. Design Air is where I'm a client, Doug's a client, Martin's a client. We recommend you become a client as well with the temperatures as cold as they are. If you run into any issues with with your heating system, you want to go to designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp is fourth generation, and he prides himself on carrying on the legacy of his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father, and that is no upselling. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you, Doug Vaughn vacationing, Martin Kilcoyne completing the onboarding process. I don't know what we're going to say in 2025.
I know. Like, at what point is he no longer like? He's gonna. I know you just celebrated a year working here, but I'm still onboarding. He'll find something.
Hey, we're going to be doing QFT. That's questions from the audience on my podcast, the Tim McKernan Show. We're going to do that at 11:10. Is that reasonable, Jackson?
Sure.
When I say 11:10, I mean 11:10. The problem is I can't get myself on the air, and so.
So let's call it 11:15. Let's call it 11:15. Well, it better to be early than late. And yes? No?
Okay.
Better to be on.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. Chairman Kurt, are you going to join us? Or
yeah.
It's fine if you don't want to.
No, I would love to.
Oh, God bless.
You have to pop out. I'm always listening anyway, so I'd love to.
You are active in the YouTube chat, so you can be in the YouTube chat and take the conversation whatever direction you will go. I always enjoy doing QFTA. And tomorrow will be my final show for the week and Jackson's final show for the week. Doug is back on Thursday and Friday. Martin is out all of next week.
Yep.
Vacationing. So there you go. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Happy Festivus, lads. Before we get into the feats of strength, I'm going to air some grievances. First, the Three Amigos gave me some awful advice last week in regards to my kids' Christmas concert. Thankfully, I didn't listen to the advice of Dusty Bottoms and Lucky Day. I went to the concert and temporarily stayed out of the doghouse. Secondly, this goes for every human on Earth. If you are reading a score from a sporting event, do not read the losing score first. In lieu of the feats of strength, I invite you to drink beer and eat wings at the KC Hall in St. Charles on Sunday. I'll be tending bar with the councilman whilst we wear our Doug Vaughn collection sweaters. Cheers and Merry Christmas. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Well. Looks like it's Jackson's last show today. Chairman Kurt taking the reins and saying, "This is my job now, boy." That was about the only exciting part of the show since Doug's gone. He seems to be the heart and soul of the entire program. He's funny. He's caring. He doesn't go for a lot of the butt stuff, which is refreshing. But I'm just going to try to get into the inner circle. I don't know what I have to do. I offered the Dutch rowboat. I offered the stranger. I don't know what else to give Tim. Maybe a piggyback ride so he can see what it feels like to be 6'2", like I am. I'm not sure. But it sure would be nice to be one of the TMA elite like Buck Swoper, JV golf coach. I know I have a lot of work to do to be a TMA legend, but darn it, I'm going to keep trying. Peace and hair grease. That's from Jaffa Waterman.
Swing and a miss.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, listen, no one's perfect on their first attempt, but that was no good.
Well, that's not his first attempt.
You're right. He's not new. I need Doug to be here.
He's a rookie.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of KG. Today he graduated from the kiddie table in the back corner and started steering the ship on his own. I'm reminded of the time in 3rd grade that the captain let me steer a duck boat in Branson. I was scared to death and begged for the captain to take back over so I didn't crash and kill my family. The difference here is the fact that Chairman Kurt isn't afraid. He started firing drops immediately, something the NBA boy is too scared to do.
That's right.
You could tell Jackson was scared of a possible Wally Pipp situation because he promptly vanquished KG to the back burner out of fear. It was cute to see Kurt back in his familiar location with a proud grin on his face. I like seeing KG peek over Martin's shoulder, kind of like a little cartoon angel whispering in Kilcoyne's ear. Jackie boy, you better hope your key fob still works after the Christmas break, because I wouldn't be surprised if management changes the locks on your pale ass. Sorry for the confrontational email today. I'm still feeling froggy after the fighting line I clipped the Tigers yesterday. What up, Plowsy? ILL. That's from the JV golf coach. And that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. What you got?
It wasn't all very factual, but it made me giggle. JV golf coach for me.
I shouldn't have been mean about that guy. I'm going to say Waterman. Was it Boatman?
You're voting for the one that was swinging a miss.
Boatman.
It doesn't matter what it was because JV golf coach has shipped.
Congratulations.
The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Mungan asked to sponsor the 10 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. And in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. We recommend doing business with them. I really, really like them, and I work with them, so I can speak to it firsthand. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, with a secret number of 314-252-0029 for you to call or text if you're looking to buy a car, if you're looking to lease a car, and on top of that, if you need to get your car serviced. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. Jackson, I think we got time for like another question or two.
Okay. I got a question. fire this up here. Sorry, my laptop was down for a second.
Oh, I don't know what like the timeout that we're supposed to be out, and I'm like, we got 5 minutes. I'll do another one if you got one. If you don't, I mean, you do all this work, we don't get to it.
Couple pressing questions for the other day. Where did I have a question? I had a good one in here.
I shouldn't have done this.
No, hold on.
I shouldn't have done it.
No, hold on. Well, I thought I did. If you had to bet right now, Tim, money on the table, who do you think is winning the college football playoff?
My value play is Boise State, for the record.
And they're going to get, I'm crowdsourcing, they play...
they're getting double digits against Penn State.
Penn State.
You didn't know, I thought you were asking for the spread.
No. I was
playing Penn State.
Penn State.
I just think Boise State is being overlooked.
Yeah.
And hey, if they get worked over by Penn State, I will accept what's coming my way. But I'm just like, hey, they played the number one team in the country, and they lost on a last-second field goal, and that's their loss. I'm just like, you're getting caught up in the brand. Here's this. Do with it what you want. I'm not trying to preach. I'm just telling you my observations on college football. People get caught up in the last game the teams played. So right now everybody's like, Ohio State. Fine. And then people get caught up on the names.
Yeah, 100%.
And in 2025, which is what it will be when they play, it's a totally different game than it used to be. Guys who were second string and wanted to play at big-time programs can now transfer. And as long as they're playing and getting money, they don't care. I mean, hey, it's great if you can do it in Tuscaloosa or Athens or Columbus, but if you can't, it's just changed the game so substantially. Now, if Ohio State or Texas or Oregon wins the national championship, of course, I wouldn't be surprised by any means. But I'm just saying, I think minus Arizona State, I don't look at a team and go, yeah, I'd be really surprised.
Right.
I know the world would be shocked if Boise State won, but I just as far as getting, I think they're plus 7,500 to win the whole thing, and they got to win 3 games. I'll throw something on that. If you said you take a bullet to the head if this team doesn't win, so you got to pick. I would say it's so boring, but I would say Oregon.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too.
You know?
Yeah. Speaking of Penn State, did it frustrate you at all watching that Tyler Warren, their tight end,
number 44,
who's so dynamic? How creative they get with him, and when you think about like Luther Burden's career at Mizzou and how like some of that creativity seemed lacking in terms of getting the ball to your star.
I think it was.
Yeah.
It was lacking.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, they lined him up at quarterback at one point. Like, I mean,
they make sure if there is a key play that the ball is going to be in his hands.
Right. And so that's why, for me, when I was watching, I was like, could have been Luther Burden. And then who knows where we're at? Who knows, KG?
Getting ready to head to the Rose Bowl to take on Oregon?
That's where I would go into serious credit card debt so I could go see that game. That's where I would go, because that's the one, like that's the place where I'd want to see a bowl game more than anywhere.
Well, if Missouri could have figured out how to stop Trey Mason, they would have been playing Jameis Winston there.
I didn't have a credit card at the time, so I couldn't have gone to that.
I would have been at that one. All right, time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for the vacationing Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.